government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway, from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa of Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. The idea that Los Angeles and what am I doing here? For two reasons. One, I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure. Let's be clear. I hear it all the time. Cumulative effort, I can play for the programs many times over. Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys. Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America.
Oh, welcome back to another night of Shtick with Koolfrogg. I tell you, I actually had the time to actually be ready for today, and I found way too much. I found way too much news to actually cover. It's amazing amount of coverage for almost anything and everything you can possibly think about. Almost ridiculous to the point where I just wow, we might be here for several hours. That being said, if you haven't done so already, please hit like buttons, share this out to places you like to share things to, and be ready for upcoming future adventures as we actually get into this awesome month of August. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. Yeah, insane news day. Exactly. There's so much stuff going on. What's up, Suzanne? Good to see you. Hey, Boomer. How you doing, dear? I don't know who else is actually around and listening. There should be a few more here eventually. We'll see. We'll see. There's 5 likes, 1 person viewing. What? Love y'all so much. Thank you for hitting that like button. All right, we're going to get a move on here. Why Niger is a new front for the modern Cold War. So, we went through this coup within the last few days to a week, and some of the stuff to go along with the coup. There's quite a bit that actually comes along with this particular situation that I don't think a lot of us really understood would actually become more than what it really is. The military of the West African nation of Niger has deposed the government in a coup, setting the stage for new confrontation with the West. Niger has been in a similar situation with most states of West Africa, with its former colonial overlord France continuing to wield financial and military power over the country and interfering in the country's domestic affairs. For that reason, the coup has been popular with some protesters demanding France out and Russia in a new geopolitical environment we live in. France out, Russia in? Gee, I wonder why they would actually go to the point of wanting France out, but want Russia to actually be the controlling power over their political games. It's really seriously kind of interesting to hear them actually go to the point of actually wanting Russia there and not any NATO-related country. In a new geopolitical environment we live in, African states have increased political space and options to expel Western influence. Niger's landlocked, impoverished, and war-torn country, albeit one rich in raw materials, is set to become a new frontier in an era of American unipolarity, the states of Africa were exposed to the West. Poor, desperate, and unstable, many African nations were forced to rely on their former colonial overlords, as well as the U.S., for various forms of assistance. This is especially true during the War on Terror era, when Islamic insurgencies threatened the security of their populations. French and U.S. special forces would be deployed to fight terrorists in West African states, for example, in a horrific kidnapping like the in a hotel in Mali in 2015. However, the assistance, be it financial or military, came at a cost of requiring that African states fulfill the ideological terms and conditions of the West, a form of neocolonialism. The world has changed, though. The war on terror context is over, and instead, we now live in a geopolitical environment dictated by sharp competition between powerful countries, primarily the US and its allies, against rivals such as China and Russia. This environment means that African states now have other options to choose from for assistance, which allows them to maximize their own political autonomy in space rather than fulfilling the ideological conditions of another. For example, African states reportedly increased use of Wagner Group for security rather than Western assistance, while China's Belt and Road Initiative also means African states can no longer be exploited by organizations such as the IMF. In these circumstances, with militaries being the strongest political actors in unstable countries since Niger, the opportunities arise for them to seize power and be protected from the Western predation. Because in the international system, the U.S. can no longer conduct direct unilateral military interventions, this has seen governments and militaries take advantage of the anti-French backlash across West Africa and use it to begin driving out the presence of former colonial masters. In just the space of a year, the French army has been expelled in Mali and Burkina Faso. Niger is presumably next. However, the risk of a French-backed civil war does remain. A French-backed civil war. So, because they're going to actually try exploiting them, because they want them to actually realize that they're the ones that are supposed to actually be they're controlling country over the top of Niger. It's really kind of interesting to see who would actually back what, when, where, and why. And if they actually get the backing of Russia on one side over the French-backed civil war, you'd really seriously might actually do something that would actually cause us to be stepping even closer into this World War III that we seem to be potentially already doing. Should the coup in Niger ultimately succeed, then the new authorities are intent in forming closer relations with Russia, which can become a new and much less complicated guarantor of security. While China typically provides economic and infrastructure assistance to African states, as well as guaranteeing non-intervention in support of national sovereignty, it is less overt and restrained in providing special military support to crush insurgencies, which is more Russia's niche. Niger, of course, is strategic significance too. While it's easy to dismiss it as a landlocked and impoverished country in the middle of the desert, Nigeria's critical stock of natural resources, including uranium that we went over yesterday, coal, gold, iron ore, tin, phosphates, petroleum, molybdenum, and salt, as well as gypsum. They have a very, very rich ground and lots of materials, natural resources that are in and around this country. Amazing amount as it be. They really do have the largest supply of uranium in the world. So for them to actually have the largest supply of uranium in the world is really kind of critical to all in any nuclear power plant that's in and around the world. Russia uses nuclear power plants. They've been building other ones in and around different areas of the world. Here in the United States, we just went through this the other day, where Georgia actually just built another nuclear power plant. So the need for uranium there is also going to be needed. It's really seriously kind of interesting to see how this country just so happened to go from being this landlocked country that nobody really paid attention to being the center of a big, huge debate on who gets to control them and what comes in and out of that particular country. Its uranium supplies are among the world's largest, which is absolutely critical for nuclear power. It is the reason for France to not willingly to give up Niger without a fight, and a potential proxy conflict may loom. If Western-backed interests in the country are defeated, the strategic loss of Niger in terms of resources it wields would be huge. It is highly likely that China would gain an advantage over the West in the process. All of this has made Niger into the world's most unlikely new frontier, while talk of coups and civil wars in Africa may seem ordinary to Western audiences. They are now happening in the new geopolitical environment, widely perceived as a new Cold War. The West's condescending attitude towards Africa, a continent that seeks its own independence and prosperity, is taking its toll. Doors are opening and for other players, and that's why we're here today. Really, that's why we're here today. It wasn't because that was already being run by the likeness of people that were part of the World Economic Forum. Did you get a haircut? No, I just washed it and it's combed back at the moment. Wait for it to dry; it'll start falling out. Wait for it to dry. Otherwise, no, it's not going to get cut for a long time. I need to actually find somebody that will actually take care of it properly, as well as take care of my beard, so that way it looks nice and stays fairly long, as opposed to going to anybody that's just going to go and take a clipper after it and shave it all off. I won't do that. No way. Good to see you, though, they're showing. I'm finishing up in a writer's group tonight. Okay. I don't know what that really means, but all right. Sounds good. As far as Nigeria goes, we really seriously something to pay attention to, as France has the one side, and most likely as they want Russia in, that would see Russia on the other side of this potential civil war for this particular area. That could be really interesting to see what actually does come of this particular instance when it comes down to it. Really kind of it could be scary to actually believe that there's another country that there'd be proxy wars, and will the U.S. actually go in and jump in on the side of France? They just might, because why wouldn't they? If you was scared there for a second, no. Wait for it to dry. It'll fall out. It'll fall out within the next probably hour or so as it dries. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's all right. Japan to expand anti-Russian sanctions. The Japanese government has expanded its package of Russian sanctions to the list of goods prohibited for supply, including 758 new items. The country's trade ministry announced on Wednesday. The ministry first revealed that upcoming measures last week, noting that Tokyo would widen its list of embargoed products to the Russian Federation starting August 9th, in the light of the current international situation surrounding Ukraine. According to the ministry's latest statement, the amended export ban will cover a wide range of products, including iron, steel, nickel, copper, and aluminum, as well as industrial chemicals, plastics, lumber, textiles, electronics, machinery, and scientific instruments. That's an awful lot of a product that would actually cover if they're actually put an export ban on all these particular types of of items, just this right here, when you actually think about it, the iron, the steel, the nickel, the copper, and the aluminum would actually consist of a lot of products in itself. But then all of a sudden you go into plastics and lumbers, and you're just like, well, wait a minute here. So they've really seriously put a very large halt of exported goods. Additional types of goods were added to 45 of the 47 product categories in which Japan has already imposed an export ban. The measure particularly concerns the export of cars with the engine capacity of more than 1.9 liters, hybrid and electric vehicles, yachts, boats, as well as optical and measuring equipment, furniture, and prefabricated houses. The ban also includes paints, pigments, dyes such as printing, ink, lubricants, and processing fabrics, leather and fur, and denatured starch and glue. They really seriously like, no, you don't get nothing. We're putting a ban on all exports, headed your way. They really don't want Russia to have much of anything. They're really, it's really something to actually see. In addition to the goods related to the photography and filming, it will also be illegal to export products of the chemical industry, plastics and plastic products such as acrylic polymers, as well as rubber and rubber products such as tires and large vehicles. The list also includes wood and its products, wood pulp, pulp and waste paper, paper and paperboard such as craft paper, drawings and diagrams, sheep wool, animal wool, and products from them, cotton and products from it, yarn from vegetable fibers and paper threads, man-made fibers and products made from them, as well as used clothing and textiles. You might as well just say we ban anything and everything heading out of Japan and into Russia. It's not going to happen. You ain't getting shit. That would have been so much simpler for them to just go that route, and instead of actually listing off the large amount of stuff that they're refusing to go ahead and send to Russia. Stone, gypsum, cement, ceramic products, glass and glass products, as well as steel products and parts made from it also fall under the ban. The list also includes copper, such as copper wire, nickel, aluminum, lead, zinc, tin, and products made from them, as well as the base metal products, electrical goods, locomotives, and railroad cars. Massive a list of products and goods that are, disallowed to be shipped out of Japan and into Russia. The new blacklist follows a raft of Japanese sanctions imposed by the Russian economy since Moscow launched a military operation in Ukraine, including asset freezes, export bans, and revocation of Moscow's most favored nation trade status. Japan has also blacklisted 80 Russian military-related companies and organizations, including firms that produce heavy machinery. Moscow is recently considering retaliatory steps against Tokyo, with the Russian Foreign Ministry noting that it would view Japan's penalties very negatively. The Kremlin has previously blacklisted nearly 400 Japanese lawmakers in response to earlier sanctions in the country's unfriendly anti-Russian position in regard to Ukraine, and banned entry to dozens of senior officials, among them Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. So Russia says, all right, fine. We don't like it that you're actually going ahead and doing this. So in retaliation for anything that you've actually gone ahead and done, we're going to actually come back. We're going to come back at you, and we're going to say, all right, fine. You do this, and none of your diplomats get to come through. Your prime minister doesn't get to come through. And because you're actually a anti-Russian position, you must be a country that's totally for Ukraine and against Russia in itself, which could greatly be the reason why they've actually gone ahead and done such a thing. Just another country to add on to the top of the list of countries that are against this particular war. that would end if we had the likeness of Joe Biden just go ahead and stop funding such a thing. It would end if he would just stop funding it. But he's not going to stop funding. He's going to continue to fund it. And as you said, as we heard yesterday, they're assuming for the next 4 years. They already have billions and billions of dollars. There's no reason for us to actually send any other goods to and around these countries. It's really kind of ridiculous to see, and kind of scary. Kind of scary when you think about it. Where is everybody? What's going on? Who's got a show going on? I know Div does. Div and Nova should be over on Rumble. I know I'm over on Rumble as well. If y'all haven't done so already, please hit that thumbs up button for me. Who else is going? Is there anybody else that's actually doing something at the moment? Good logic. 900 and some odd people over there. Sure. Makes sense. Makes sense. What else? Hump day over by the expert. All right. Kind of makes sense there, too. Okay. He doesn't usually go for the night. He usually cuts off a little earlier. Okay. I get it. To actually have the three of you, I really do appreciate you actually being here. Thank you for showing up. I'm going to actually continue on with this. We got a lot more to go. Ukraine is asking for a peace summit now. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it because you have to have both sides asking for peace. That's what they've been saying for the last few days. They've been asking for. There's a couple countries like Mexico that refuse to actually go along with it. They're like, no, you got to have the other side. It doesn't make any sense. It says two, Suzanne. But when it comes down, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for us to actually think that one side can call for peace talks and the other side's not going to do it. And then Shizzy's with Winning on Winning's channel. Okay. Makes sense. Who's he got? Oh, okay. He's got 4 people watching. That's not a big deal. Yep. I see all that. Expert's got a group for his hump day. Russia sinks Ukrainian drone that targeted naval escort. What's up, Lucky Chucky? Good to see you. Ukraine attacked another Russian military ship escorting a civilian vessel in the Black Sea with a speedboat-type drone. The Russian Defense Ministry reported on Wednesday, marking the second such incident in as many days. The overnight incident occurred in the southwestern part of the sea and ended in failure for Kyiv as the Russian military detected and destroyed the attacking watercraft, a defense official claimed. The ministry reported a similar attack on Tuesday, saying it involved 3 naval drones targeting civilian Russian vessels sailing towards the Bosphorus. The convoy's escort thwarted the attack. Kyiv denied the allegation, with presidential advisors Podolak insisting that Ukraine does not attack civilian targets. Last month, a naval drone explosion killed 2 civilians traveling in a car over the Crimean Bridge, Kirch Bridge. An attack for which Kyiv all but claimed credit. A spokesman for the SBU security agency promised at the time that eventually release details about the operation. Ukrainian officials declared the Russian transport link across the Kerch Strait to be a legitimate military target that needs to be neutralized, according to President Vladimir Zelensky. Moscow has accused Kyiv of increasingly using terrorist attacks after a failure to achieve battlefield victories in its much-hyped summer counteroffensive. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I heard that. I hear you, Suzanne. Uh, when it comes down to it, for them to actually being accusing them of using terrorist attacks to actually go after them, to actually do something or whatever is kind of weird in itself. But at the same time, what else are they going to do? What else are they going to do? They don't have their own military might, and they're using ours. They're using ours, so they're going to do whatever it is that they potentially can to try stopping this particular instance from continuing. And it's not going to help. It's not going to help them to actually go ahead and shut down one side of a bridge. They got the other side should be almost up and ready within the next couple of weeks, which I would assume that they would actually open it up with a barrier that would actually allow traffic to travel in both directions on the one side until the other side was actually fixed. So temporarily took out a bridge so that their engineers have to go and fix it. All the while, the military is still going to continue to do whatever they're going to do and push on to try capturing these territories that they really want to actually take control of themselves. They need the territory to ship goods in and um, out of the Black Sea. They're going to continue to do whatever they need to do, and for them to actually go ahead and sink a drone, I mean, okay, you took out another boat. Good job. Good job. You took out the drone. Maybe the drone was actually headed somewhere to actually do more damage somewhere that they didn't expect to happen. Uh, these wars are really seriously going to be something to actually pay attention to as we actually move on through this. Poland sends more troops to Belarus border after alleged airspace violation. So this Wagner group that's sitting right on that border is really seriously trying to push buttons with Poland and drag them into this war. They think if they can actually pursue and get Poland to actually go ahead and come after them, that all of NATO would actually enter into this war and would cause an uproar across the world. I really don't see it actually being that simple. I think there's going to be a lot more that they're going to have to do to actually antagonize them to come after them. Poland sending additional troops to the border of Belarus, a key Russian ally, after it was described an airspace violation by two Belarusian military helicopters. On August 1st, Poland's defense ministry announced its decision to send additional forces and resources, including combat helicopters, to its eastern border. According to the ministry, Warsaw has informed NATO that the alleged breach and summoned the Belarusian charge d'affaires to provide an explanation. Poland joined the Western NATO alliance in 1999. Since Russia invaded Ukraine early last year, Warsaw has been among Kyiv's staunchest supporters. While the Polish military initially denied any violations by Belarus, it later stated that the breach had occurred at very low altitude and was therefore hard to detect. Minsk, for its part, asserts that the story was fabricated to provide a pretext for more Polish deployments to the border. There were no border violations by Mi-8 and Mi-24 helicopters, Belarus's defense ministry said in a statement. It also accused Warsaw of changing the story after consulting its masters abroad, a reference to NATO in Washington. The Wagner factor, tension along the 250-mile border spiked last month following the arrival of Russian Wagner group fighters in Belarus, where they are training units of the Belarusian military. Training is reportedly being conducted at a military facility near Poland's border. In late June, Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin led a short-lived mutiny that had briefly appeared to threaten Moscow itself. Under the deal, Wagner fighters, including Mr. Prigozhin, were allowed to relocate to Belarus, prompting fears and presence of the destabilized and already tense region. Citing possible threats posed by the Wagner group, Warsaw soon began sending additional troops to the Belarusian border 2 weeks after Prigozhin's rebellion. Poland dispatched more than 1,000 troops to the country's east. On July 8th, Polish Defense Minister Blaszczak said that move demonstrated Warsaw's readiness to respond to attempts of destabilization. Gryzlov, Moscow's envoy to Minsk, later warned that Russia and Belarus, which are bound for their own defense treaty, were ready to repel any threat and other collective security. On July 29th, Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki claimed that 100 Wagner fighters had recently entered the Belarusian city of Grodno, which sits nearly about 10 miles from the Polish border. The situation is getting increasingly dangerous. Who didn't give a source of information told reporters. Yes, Morawiecki had to actually say something to him. He was like, no, that didn't happen. Meanwhile, has denied the Polish prime minister's allegations. Russia and Belarus alliance? It isn't the first time that tensions have flared near Poland's border. Last November, Associated Press cited unnamed U.S. intelligence officials who erroneously claimed that a Russian missile had struck Polish territory, which we later come to figure out that that wasn't even true, that it was actually Ukrainian military that actually had gone awry and actually caused such a thing to happen. Before being debunked, what's up, Keith Gregory? Good to see you. Before being debunked, the claim prompted fears of the imminent clash between Russia and NATO, which is obliged to defend fellow member states if they come under external attack. Minsk has historically enjoyed close ties with Moscow. A Kremlin spokesman recently described Belarus as Russia's number one ally. Since 1999, the two forms of Soviet republics have been bound for the Union State Treaty, which aims to cement bilateral ties in the fields of defense and economy. Since Moscow launched its invasion of Ukraine, military cooperation between Russia and Belarus has gone into overdrive. Last fall, Russia sent troops and military hardware to Belarus under the aegis of the Union State Treaty. Moscow upped its ante earlier this year, unveiling plans to situation of tactical nuclear weapons in Belarusian territory. In June, Mr. Lukashenko said that the number of Russia's nuclear weapons has already arrived. A number of Russian nuclear weapons has already arrived. Following Poland's recent troop deployments, Moscow warned that an attack on Belarus by Poland or any other aggressor would be viewed as an attack on Russia. On July 22nd, Boris Gryzlov, Moscow's ambassador to Belarus, said Poland's recent border deployments look like preparations for larger-scale aggressive actions. One day earlier, Russian President Vladimir Putin accused Poland of harboring territorial ambitions in both Belarus and Ukraine. Warsaw, he claimed, sought to establish a NATO-backed coalition in which it hoped to occupy portions of western Ukraine under the guise of peacekeepers. If Polish units enter Lviv or other Ukrainian regions, they will remain there. He said, noting that Poland had briefly occupied Lviv in World War I. Mr. Putin's remarks echoed earlier claims of Sergei Nishikin, head of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Agency. Last year, Nishikin alleged the existence of secret plans between Warsaw and Washington to ensure Poland's military and political control over its historical territories in Ukraine. During a 3-day visit to Russia last week, Mr. Lukashenko likewise referred to the notion of Ukraine's dismemberment by Poland. A U.S. State Department spokesman later dismissed the idea, saying there's only one country in the region that has demonstrated the willingness to invade its neighbors, and that's Russia, not Poland. I mean, I guess when we actually look at it, that's the way it's being directed and pointed at, that it's all Russia. This is all Russia's fault. Everything that's going on is all Russia all over again. Let's just look at Russia. We don't want to look at anybody else. There's nobody else that had anything to do with anything. It's just Russia. Sure. Nevertheless, on August 2nd, Russian Foreign Ministry spokesman Maria Zakharova claimed that Polish ambitions in the Western Ukraine are now a topic of mainstream discussion in Poland. It's not only fringe groups talking about this, she told Russian media. It's no longer possible to pretend nobody knows what's going on. Poland, for its part, has consistently denied having any design in Ukrainian territory. Such claims, according to Warsaw, were merely intended to foster distrust between Ukraine and Poland. And that's where I think that a lot of this is going, is that they're just trying to push and prod to see how they can actually antagonize Poland and to actually enter themselves into any type of war. If they get into a war and they actually show aggressions towards that of Belarus, will Russia actually step and actually come after Poland? And if they do that, will the rest of NATO actually then step in? Again, I think that's the whole intent, is to actually go and actually convince Russia to actually do just that, to watch Poland, who's actually been a country that's been around for the longest time, but yet at the same time hasn't been, because at one point in time, it ceased to exist for a short bit before they actually liberated it and gave it back. For it to actually be any type of contested area or territory, Poland is not going to put up with it. They're going to actually do whatever it is that they can to actually defend themselves, like they are, and actually going ahead and deploying more and more troops to the border after likeness of Belarus doing what they had actually done. Cracks in the alliance. Poland and ungrateful Ukraine summon each other's ambassadors in diplomatic row over renewal of European import ban of Ukrainian grain. So they're just like, oh, okay, maybe we should talk to Ukraine. Maybe we should work out our issues with each other, and actually go to the point of actually seeing what we can actually do. Lately, the lack of demonstrable gratitude of the Kyiv's regime has become deeply disturbing to some of its allies. Recently, Zelensky's criticism of NATO during the Vilnius summit upset Washington so much that Biden and his team momentarily pondered abandoning their promise to invite Kyiv to join the military alliance. They shouldn't be joining this military alliance in any way, shape, or form. There's no reason for them to be there whatsoever. As there's currently a war going on, that I think it would be a conflict of interest for NATO to actually accept Ukraine as an ally of any sort. UK Defense Secretary Ben Wallace also lost his temper with the lack of gratitude and told the Ukrainians that he was not like Amazon. The same goes now for Poland. Kyiv and Warsaw have been main allies in the present military conflict, but when it comes to the export of grains, there's significant difference that divide them. The European Union has allowed Poland, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia to ban domestic sales of Ukrainian grain, wheat, maize, and grapeseed and sunflower seeds. The grain sales ban is set to expire on September 15, but Poland has made it clear that it will not lift it even if the EU does not agree to its extension. Kyiv reacted to the customary vocal way and described the Polish decision as unfriendly. That led top advisors in Poland's President Duda, Merson Przyjak, head of the International Policy Bureau, to react. Przyjak said, "I think it would be worthwhile for Kyiv to start appreciating what role Poland has played for Ukraine over the past month and years." The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry told Polish ambassadors that the statement about Ukraine's alleged ungratefulness to Poland were untrue and unacceptable. Zelensky also wrote on X, Oh, they're actually taking out the formerly known as Twitter. They're going to actually go along with that and actually just start calling it X because that's what it's now called. Awesome. Good for them. The nations of Europe know that the freedom of each individual is strongest when it is the common freedom of all. In Europe, we know how to unite and defend our values side by side, regardless of any seasons and moods, political trends, or personal ambitions. But now we see various signals that politics is sometimes trying to be above unity, and emotions are trying to be above the fundamental interests of nations. Ukraine is fighting for freedom and the freedom of the whole of Europe. We are grateful to every nation that helps. We greatly appreciate the historical support of Poland, which together with us has become a real shield of Europe from sea to sea. And there cannot be a single crack in this shield. We will not allow any political instance to spoil the relations between the Ukrainian and Polish people, and emotions should definitely cool down. The freedom and well being of the nations, the values of our Europe, and victory over the common Russian enemy are above all. The Ukrainian attitude is developing into a real problem for the Western Alliance. American national security writer Tom Rogan wrote in the Washington Examiner, it's understandable that Ukraine wants to maximize its access to effective weapons and maximal financial aid. What is less clear is why Ukrainian officials are acting increasingly rude and petulant when some of their greatest foreign partners ask for a little more gratitude. I understand that numerous other Western governments have pushed for Ukraine to show more public gratitude. This is seen as important in consolidated domestic populations to support continued aid. By the reflexively lashing out of whenever even mild requests or greater thanks are made, Ukraine does no service to its own interests. Indeed, it only makes it less likely that future aid will be as generous. Ukraine's really seriously kind of ignorant to the point they really don't pay attention to what is actually happening, and all they care about is the money. They really seriously think that this war seriously isn't anything more than just that, about the money. Now, before I move on, I know there's only now there's four of you. Remember, I got some new things coming down the pipe. On Saturday, members only stream. It will be myself and Shizzy Wiznut. Next week, I have MLS Law with me, and then the week after, I have Divinity and Nova. Make sure that you actually pay attention to the members only streams, that only members will actually be able to be available to show up. If you would like to actually become a member, please do so. Otherwise, make sure that you have your memberships turned on, just in case anybody else decides to actually purchase the memberships and hand those out. Pay attention. There's members only streams will be coming up these on Saturdays. For the most. I think I do have one other person that should be a potential. We just need to actually pick a day, and it may actually be early during the week. Something to pay attention to if you haven't been paying attention to what's coming out of this channel. Members only streams coming. Finally got there. So then this guy, U.S. journalist, is missing after an attempt to flee Ukraine. Gonzalo Lira was detained at a border, in the source of confirmed by RT. Chilean American reporter Gonzalo Lira, who claimed he would attempt to flee Ukraine after being subjected to physical abuse and extortion in custody, has gone missing. Lira, a vocal critic of Ukrainian government, resurfaced this week, months after being arrested by the nation's security service, the SBU. In a series of posts on Twitter and YouTube, he stated his intention to cross the border into Hungary and apply for political asylum. In a series of tweets yesterday, he claimed that he had been kept incommunicado in pretrial detention since early May. He also claimed he had been deprived of sleep, beaten, and tortured by other inmates on instructions from prison authorities. Lyra apparently never made it across the border. Mark Sabato, a political analyst and frequent guest on RT, confirmed that the channel that Lyra has stopped by Ukrainian border guards and was has not been heard from since. Lyra has previously claimed that he had been released in bail after months of detention in order not to leave the city of Kharkov. However, he added that he did his passport and was not wearing an electronic shackle, contrary to the terms of his release. Good job, Boomer. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. I appreciate it so much. It looks like that went to some trash. Wonderful. Thank you so much for doing that. I do appreciate it. Maybe I'm being set up by them so they can justify putting me away in labor camp so no one will ever know about the sordid extortion scheme. I simply don't know. In the event that he would cross the border into Hungary, Lyra expected Ukraine to issue an international arrest warrant for him for skipping bail. He added that he hoped Hungary would be willing to defy Kyiv and not hand him over, unlike the EU nations. If you don't hear from me in the next 12 hours, well, I'm on my way to a labor camp. There have been no further updates in the social media since. Lyra has been accused by Ukrainian publicly justifying the Russian military operation and disseminating fake, false stories about the war in Ukraine. He claims the charges were bogus and that he did nothing but explain his opinion about Kyiv's policies and report what was happening in the country. For them to actually go after him for his supposed false stories, his fakeness in and around the country, and what he believes, how he believes, what he's actually seen, is really seriously something to actually take in. To actually believe that they would actually go after a reporter, and now all of a sudden, just so happened to be that after they actually let him go, that he's now missing. Missing in action is kind of sad to actually believe that journalists such as this guy are now being after being detained or being magically disappeared. It's really kind of something to actually see and understand. I really don't know exactly how everybody else feels about this particular situation, but for me, it sounds kind of scary. I don't think that anybody would want to become a journalist and want to actually walk in and around this country to try reporting on anything, especially if they had an open mind and actually reported on what they actually seen. South Korea seeks to fill China's Belt and Road void in Italy. South Korea? What South Korea have to do with Italy? It seems like these diplomatic adventures from country to country seem to be very far in far out and stretched thin. It's really seriously weird to see which countries are backing which and how they actually have ties with each other in any way, shape, or form. The South Korean Foreign Ministry said Tuesday that high-level diplomats from South Korea and Italy met in Rome to discuss enhanced bilateral cooperation in economic and security issues. The South Korean Foreign Minister Park Jin spoke about his. What's up, Vicky T? How you doing, dude? Spoke about his government's ambitions to become a global pivotal state, a goal made much easier to achieve by contraction of China's Belt and Road Initiative. Italian Defense Minister Guido Crosetto said on Sunday that Italy made an atrocious mistake, that it signed into the BRI in 2019, the first advanced economy in the world to do so. Crosetto noted that the BRI had done very little for Italy while enriching China. Beijing gained economic influence over Italy just as the US and Italy's European Union partners warned. While Italy's exports to China saw little growth, this issue today is how to walk back without damaging relations. Because it is true that China is a competitor, but is also a partner, he said, alluding to Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's desire to pull out of the BRI before the agreement automatically renews in March. The original Belt Road deal was made under Meloni's predecessor. Crosetto quickly pointed out that the choice to join the Silk Road was an improvised and wicked act made by the government of Giuseppe Conte, which led the double negative result. We exported a lot of oranges to China. They tripled exported to Italy in 3 years. Fortune on Monday judged the Italians are judged that the Italians are serious about getting out of the BRI, which has been a disaster for Italy's trade deficit with China, except for the very strange case nearly $4 billion surge of Italian exports in the first quarter of 2023, due almost entirely to the heavy Chinese purchase of an Italian liver and gallstone medication that was thought to be effective against, against certain types of things. And that's something. High-level meeting in South Korea. Diplomats in Rome, therefore, looks like Seoul auditioning to pick up the slack from China. The South Korean visitor stressed that government's mutual economic and security interests with Italy included issue of semiconductors, which are currently the battleground in trade war between the U.S. and China. South Korea has its own delicate relations with China, and they appear to have gone sour over the past few months. The Financial Times on Tuesday wrote, in a quiet but unmistakably South Korean pivot from China to the United States, driven by heavy U.S. efforts to attract South Korean tech companies with massive subsidies. Get stung by a wasp twice in the stomach in a half hour ago. Not sure how long I'll make it since I took Benadryl. Asshole slid up under my dress. I seen you say something in Discord. Hopefully take care of yourself and you'll be okay. His stomach swelled up a bit. Dang. Husband got nailed in the neck a couple weeks ago by a wasp. Got huge. He's living off Benadryl. That's crazy. Y'all better take care of yourselves. From semiconductors to electric vehicle batteries in biotech and telecoms, Korean companies and crucial players in sectors crucial to national security and industrial strategy in both Washington and Beijing, chip makers Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix, along with battery makers LG Energy Solutions, SK on the Samsung SDI, are set to receive billions of dollars in U.S. subsidies as the Biden administration seeks to attract Korean technology and manufacturing prowess. But in return, they must comply with the raft U.S. restrictions and the activities in China, their partnerships in Chinese companies, raising the specter of retaliation from Beijing. The South Koreans are worried China could target the companies with punitive sanctions, fears exacerbated by 2 episodes of official Chinese belligerence. Dictator Xi Jinping paying a menacing visit to a Korean-owned company in southern China in April, and Chinese Ambassador Xing Haoming warning that Seoul would regret betting on China's economic defeat. China has been increasingly curt from South Korea since the United States deployed advanced thermal high altitude area defense missile defense system in 2016, but the South Koreans strove to keep their economic relations with the Chinese intact, in part because they doubted any other trade partner could replace the business that was lost by decoupling from China. Italy's serendipitous dismay with the BRI might just give South Korea the new partnership it has been looking for. So, because Italy went ahead and actually separated themselves from China and actually went ahead and quote unquote decoupled from them, it gives South Korea the reason to actually go ahead and actually become allied with them so that they can also do the same and also cut ties with China. It seems as there's an awful lot of countries that might be interested in actually joining in this particular instance group that would actually go ahead and absolve any and all ties to China. It really seriously kind of interested to see how far this will actually go in the future. All right. Then Biden wants to arm Taiwan against China, use Ukraine budget requests to do it. So as opposed to just going ahead and actually coming up with its own budget requests, let's use Ukraine's budget requests, and then they go ahead and we'll arm Taiwan with the military might that we should actually be sending to Ukraine. It's really kind of interesting to see how far this is actually going to go. As now all of a sudden he wants something to do with that particular instance. It's been revealed that President Joe Biden is seeking to fund the provision of weapons to Taiwan via an upcoming budget request from Ukraine. The request would have to be approved by Congress. The move comes on the heels of promise to supply $345 million in arms to the Presidential Drawdown Authority as the United States ramps up its efforts to deter escalation between Taiwan and China. According to Financial Times, two sources familiar with the issue said that Biden will ask Congress to include funds specifically for weapons to Taiwan in the Supplemental Office of Management and Budget request. The request is expected to be made by the end of the month. If approved by Congress, the weapons would come from a taxpayer-funded foreign military finance program which provides grants to acquisitions of U.S. defense equipment, services, and training, which promotes U.S. national security by contributing to regional and global stability, strengthening military support for dramatically elected governments, and containing transnational threats, including terrorism and trafficking in narcotics, weapons, and persons. Just a couple few things, some narcotics, some weapons, a couple people. And that's just the terrorism aspect of it, so when it comes down to it, we're going to actually go ahead, we're going to promote the security of that little island of Taiwan by actually going ahead and actually giving them what they want. Give us a couple weeks to come back for the Congress to actually come back into play, and we'll see what actually comes out of it. The grants provided enable key allies and friends to improve their defense capabilities and foster closer military relationships between the U.S. and recipient nations. While the U.S. has assisted Taiwan military on many occasions in the past, this would be the first time the nation has included in a foreign military finance request. In an interview with FT, Bacon Global Strategies Managing Director Eric Sayers applauded the planned course of action, calling it a monumental step in the signals of how far the U.S. government is now willing to go to accelerate deterrence across the Taiwan Strait. He added that after decades of selling arms to Taiwan, deploying both the tools and drawdown authority and foreign military finance, which have been so successful in Ukraine, would signal a shift in the United States' commitment to protecting the island from Chinese threats. For us to continuously send monies, military might, any type of protection to any country that's not ourselves is only going to diminish our own stock. We don't have the stock, but yet again, we're going to continue to hand over whatever is necessary for them to actually defend themselves from aggression. If we go ahead and we actually try helping Taiwan, anything more than actually funding things and actually giving them the military might to actually fight for themselves, it would actually put us at war with China, which is seriously the next step. The next step and what we would actually have to believe would be what we're already dealing with in World War III. It really is. And it's kind of scary to actually believe how far they've actually gone with this. President of Bolivia looks to sell lithium at China-led BRICS summit because they don't have enough of their own lithium. Now us in Bolivia has to actually look at selling theirs to China to go ahead and allow China to expand its battery output. Bolivia's Foreign Minister Rogelio Maida announced Monday that the nation's socialist president Louis Aker will attend the upcoming BRICS summit in Johannesburg, South Africa, hoping to join the China-led trade bloc. According to Maida, I guess it's more like ARC will attend the Trade and Security Bloc Summit. In the invitation is South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. The Bolivian president will seek investment in partnership and opportunities to help boost Bolivia's exports and nascent lithium industry after signing contracts in June that gave away control of the two countries' largest lithium deposits to China and Russia. BRICS is a diplomatic and economic coalition made up from Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Bolivia is home to some of the world's largest known lithium resources at 21 million tons, but the South American nation has almost no industrial production or commercially viable reserves. Lithium is an indispensable material for manufacturing electronic vehicle batteries and batteries used for a wide range of devices. Almost anything that actually nowadays, tablets, phones, cars, and anything else that you'd normally plug in to charge usually has some kind of lithium core battery in it. They can be dangerous in themselves and can explode, cause massive fires that are very hard to put out. But when it comes down to it, for having Bolivia go ahead and actually join in with Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa is quite something to see come up. Every country feels that they must intervene in what is actually happening across this country to actually make it something that it may not actually need to be. But they don't want to they don't want to be left out. They want some money. They want to actually make it somewhere. They want to do something that's good for them. And this just might be the idea. Maida said in press conference on Monday, President ARC is honored to be able to contribute to the dialogues of integration and development of Global South, sharing this space with presidents of economies of emerging countries that represent 40% of the world's population and more than 30% of the current global GDP. Maida reiterated Bolivia's willingness and interest to join the BRICS coalition, explaining that the Bolivian government issued A letter in June addressed the 5 presidents and the bloc's founding members. According to Meta, the Bolivian government asserted that it shares a common vision regarding the international order founded by equality, solidarity, inclusion, consensus, mutually beneficial cooperation, and multilateralism without hegemonies. We seek to move towards sustainable, inclusive development and strengthen cooperation ties with these emerging economies. The trade bloc is reportedly holding talks to admit new members and expand the group, and will discuss the matter of upcoming August 22nd, 24th summit in Johannesburg. South Africa's ambassador to the group, and Anil Suklal, claimed in July that more than 40 countries were allegedly expressed interest in joining BRICS, including Argentina, Iran, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Cuba, Democratic Republic of Congo, Comoros, Gabon, and Kazakhstan. So we look at these countries real quick. Argentina, South America, sure. Why wouldn't they? To actually join a couple more. Iran, of course. They actually have a very good relationship with China themselves. Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates are all in that same region as Iran, so why wouldn't they actually go ahead and join along with Cuba? Cuba actually has quite a military presence of China, and Democratic Republic of Congo, Comoros, and Gabon, and Kazakhstan. For any country to actually look at this and actually be like, no, I don't want anything to do with that, would maybe kind of be a little silly. And it might be a little silly for them to actually believe that would be the case. We have made multiple efforts with 5 member countries. On Monday, in a message on Twitter, we know that it is a long process, but we are right path, working hard for this country. The Bolivian foreign minister continued. In addition, with the largest reserve of lithium in the world, Bolivia hopes to achieve strategic alliances with the objective for promoting technology, the necessary finances for sovereign industrialization of this energy resource, as well as to guarantee the market of Bolivian products with added value derived from lithium in the emerging markets constituted by the BRIC. The buy-friendly country that, like Bolivia, aspired to its incorporation. ARC, in behalf of Bolivia, signed 2 contracts with Russian and Chinese companies in June, totaling $1.4 billion to build 2 lithium carbonate processing plants in Bolivia. The 2 contracts follow another one also signed in June between Bolivia and Chinese battery company CATL to build 2 lithium plants in the countries of Uyuni and Ornu salt flats. In March, ARC, whose government expects to be able to export up to 75,000 tons of lithium by 2025, claimed that Bolivia's lithium has allegedly threatened by its international right wing. Jarius Lamont, welcome. Glad you're here. Hope you're having a good night. Yes, I am having a good night as well. Hope your night is going well. Those of you that are actually here, before I actually continue, don't forget, members only nights have actually been set for this month. For the most, I do have one day open yet. Those are Saturday nights, and I actually have special guests showing up for those. Be sure to actually join or set yourself up to actually be able to accept gifts, be able to set those gifts, because if you're not there for those awesome conversations, you might miss out on something. Last month during the 60-second summit at Heads of State, Mercosur, a trade bloc in the Porto Iguazu, ARC made calls to drop the US dollar to conduct trade in favor of the Chinese yuan and local currencies. The Bolivian president also proposed seeking strategic alliances with other international actors such as China in the Eurasian and Asian bloc, which organized in the bricks of other integration mechanisms, are projected as spaces for the construction of new world economic orders. China's state-run newspaper Global Times reported last week that Bolivia had started using the yuan for trade settlements. There's an awful lot of countries that are actually going ahead and turning themselves around to that particular yuan in itself. And for them to actually believe that they should use any other currency might be silly in itself to believe. Sorry. That's funny. Oh, boomer. That's so bad and yet so funny all at the same time. The money still gets used the way it intended to be used. It's just too bad. It's too bad that's going to actually potentially be something I really don't care for, but it's still funny. U.S. spent years funding and training an African military that just overthrew its U.S.-backed government. Oh, really? The United States has sunk over $500 million over the last decade into training and equipping Nigeria's armed forces, which have now overthrown a dramatically elected president of the country. Like the United States didn't already have enough to do with every other country to actually come and find out that they actually went ahead and sunk $500 million in the last decade into this country that's actually gone ahead and went into this coup type of ordeal to actually yeet them. The monies they're squandered and lost. There's nothing that we can do to go back on that. This article should have been before the last one. No big deal. No big deal. Just something to actually think about when we actually look at this ordeal with Nigeria and what's actually happening with them, that the United States really does have some kind of investment with them. And when their civil war comes to play, you better believe the United States is actually going to step up to the plate, and they're going to really have something to do about it. They're really going to do something. I could see it happening. Pay attention while it does happen. Kind of move on just a little bit. Let's move on from world affairs. We'll get into some of this Trump stuff here or whatever. So Jack Smith's charges against Trump include potential death penalty. Now they're actually going to go ahead and they're going to actually try eliminating him as a person that even lives. That's not going to be good. That's not going to be good in any way, shape, or form. It's going to be very disastrous to actually think of such a situation, and nobody's going to sit back and watch this happen. It's going to be very, very horrible. Special Counsel Jack Smith indictment Tuesday against former President Donald Trump for his role in attempting to challenge the result of the 2020 presidential election includes several weighty felonies, including one in which the death penalty may be a thing. Isn't that something? You and me both, Dry. I really don't know about all of the crimes that he actually did commit. Just the ones that they're actually alleging happened. Like this one here. 18 U.S.C. 241, conspiracy against rights, includes the penalty up to 10 years in federal prison, but it adds if death results from the actions covered under the provision, the offender may be executed. If death results from the actions, remember, the only person that really actually actually died in that instance was who? Yes, you're right. Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt. Rest in peace, Ashley Babbitt. For whatever reason, they don't like to actually call her out as actually being something. They don't actually go ahead and they look at it a little different and they say, well what about those cops? What about those cops that just so happen to be there? What about them? What about them? They didn't actually weren't unalived in this particular situation. They were somewhere else. They were somewhere else. One of them, was later on in the next few days. So let's go ahead and continue to spin lies and see how far we get with it. If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, or threaten, intimidate any person in the state's territory, commonwealth, possession, or district of free exercise and enjoyment of any right or privilege secured by him by the constitutional laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, if two or more persons go to disguise on the highway or on the premises of another with intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined under the title of imprisonment, but not more than 10 years or both, if death results from the acts committed by the violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, or they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Bum, bum, bum. One person. Remember, I already named this person off. One person, Ashley Babbitt, a rioter, was shot by law enforcement officer, died as the result of the Capitol riot at J6. What Smith said Tuesday was a result of Trump's claims about the election, but Democrats have blamed Trump for unrelated deaths and several protesters and Capitol Police officers. Democrats and some of Trump's Republican opponents have also tried to blame him for apparent efforts by some of the rioters to kidnap the then Vice President Mike Pence, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Smith could try to argue the same. And it could just greatly be that's the case. That's the case that, and we're not going to refute the issue. We're just going to actually give you the exact truth that comes along with it, that, this could be something that they could go after him for over and over again, and we could actually see something bad come out of this. The other alleged crimes of J6 indictment against Trump include lengthy prison terms as penalties as well. 18 U.S.C. 371, conspiracy to defraud the United States. The maximum penalty is 5 years in prison, though the penalties can be less if conspiracy to commit is a misdemeanor. In that case, the punishment cannot be greater than the greatest for that crime. 18 U.S.C. 1512K, conspiracy to obstruct the official proceedings. That statute, crafted originally, punishes witness tampering, has a maximum of 20 years in federal prison for anyone who obstructs, influences, impedes any official proceedings. 18 U.S.C. 1512, obstruction of attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. This likewise carries up to 20 years in prison. If Trump is convicted on all 4 charges and receives the maximum non-lethal penalty, he could be in prison for up to 55 years if the sentences are set to run consecutively. That in addition to the possible 460 years in prison for the documents case that he's dealing with in Florida, brings Trump's maximum federal prison up to 515 years, over half a millennia. Absolutely nobody lives that long whatsoever. But yes, let's go ahead. Let's charge him with any and everything that we possibly can, and let's hold him accountable for all of it, and shackle him up and put him away for the rest of his life. What's up, Pete Beaver, Divinity, and Darth? What's up? Good to see you. Glad you're all over on that Rumble side. If you haven't done so already, please hit that thumbs up button. Like this video right now, please. Yes, do as Divinity suggests. You might be greatly appreciate. I agree that you appreciate that you would actually go ahead and rumble this out and get more people on it. Then go to Divinities and just like hers. No, don't do that. Come on now, that's not nice. Van Jones, I feel sick. Trump's coup attempt will be the biggest prosecution in U.S. history. CNN political commentator Van Jones, CNN, crappy news network political commentator Van Jones on Tuesday during the network's special coverage indictment of former President Donald Trump. An indictment describes a coup attempt, which means it will be the biggest prosecution in history of the country. Jones said, I feel kind of sick. I feel all day I had the giddy feeling that he's not going to be indicted. When it actually happened, I remember sitting here in J6 and watching the violence, watching what was going on and being shocked and appalled. If you had told me it would take 2.5 years before we as a country said that's not good, President Trump, that's not good. I mean, if you ask a 5th grade class, can you cheat to get your way? A 5th grade class can say you can't. Well, the federal government just told Donald Trump, you can't do that. It's just that simple. You're a fraud, sir, and you can't do that. You lied. You can't do that. You tried to cheat. You can't do that. I think normal Americans can understand this and will understand the gravity of what just happened. Says normal Americans can understand this. Who gets to pick who's normal and who's not? When you actually look at the people actually looking at and pointing fingers and saying, oh, normal people would understand this, are not the ones that are normal, as they're actually disgustingly democratic and just so happen to be against anything that this is about. And they're going to continue to push for it to actually be as it is. Van Jones in himself really has a very short vocabulary as he repeats himself. You can't do that. You can't do that. Over and over again. It just seems really ridiculous. You can't say that. Who gets to choose who gets to say what? Oh, you do. Okay, because you work for CNN. That's who we should listen to, is CNN. But you know, he felt sick until recently when he actually figured out that there was an exact indictment. Does the indictment really mean anything? Nope. It's just indicating that they actually believe that he may be and should be potentially charged with these particular crimes. So then here's the judge. Here's the judge that has something to do with this particular case. This is Trump judge, a left-wing activist, gave serious campaign donations to Obama. Tanya Chutkin, a U.S. District Court judge who will be overseeing Donald Trump's latest J6 related indictment, is a left-wing activist who gave $1,500 to Obama PAC during the Democrats' first presidential run, who is known for giving out very harsh punishments to J6 prisoners who protested the 2020 goings-on. Obama appointed the Jamaican-born Chutkin to the court for the District of Columbia in June 2014. There's an awful lot of things that happened in 2014, isn't there? Her nomination sailed through the Senate reportedly without any serious Republican opposition. The Blaze reported Judge Chutkin is a leftist Obama appointee whose history of ruthlessly hammering J6 defendants, fighting the Trump administration, and rubbing shoulders with Biden donors might be some concern for the Democratic incumbent's top political rival. I think that Trump may have some issues, as this lady is actually kind of leftist in herself, and may actually bring herself to the point of doing just that. You can follow Koolfrogg. Don't think that's a right HTTP, is it? It looks a little off. Looks a little off, but yes, there is a link tree that's out there. You can follow lots of different places. The Associated Press, hardly a conservative news source, reported this Wednesday about the judge's J6 sentencing. Other judges typically have handed down sentences that are more lenient than those requested by prosecutors. Chutkin, however, has matched and exceeding prosecutors' recommendations in 19 of her 38 sentences. In 4 of those cases, prosecutors weren't seeking any jail time at all, but she didn't care. She didn't care if there was no jail time that was actually being requested. All she cared about was that she was going to get what she wanted, and what she got is just that. Yeah, that Linktree link is actually broken, Suzanne. That Linktree link is actually broken. It's not actually bringing me anywhere. AP reported on October 21, Chutkin forcibly rejected another judge's criticism of extra tough J6 sentences, as well as a comparison between the soft sentences given to violent BLM rioters and the harsh treatment to J6. Protesters, people gathered all over the country last year to protest the violent murder of the police that unarmed man of George Floyd. Some of those protesters became violent, but to compare the actions to people protesting mostly peacefully for civil rights to those of violent mobs seeking to overthrow a lawfully elected government is a false equivalency and ignores a very large danger of J6 posed to the foundation of our democracy. Twitter conservatives quickly kicked their sights on Chutkin's left-leaning pro-Democrat record. The Northern Virginia Twitter account Nova Campaigns tweeted Peter A. Kruthammer is a former associate judge of Superior Court of D.C. and he's the husband of D.C. Court Judge Tanya Chutkin, who is presiding over Trump's J6 indictment. In 2012, Peter's financial disclosure form revealed Tanya Chutkin donated $1,500 to Obama for America PAC. The tweet accompanies a copy of Kruthammer's political contributions, financial disclosure. My wife made a total of $1,500 with 3 different contributions in 2008 and 2009 to Obama for America. As the Blaze reports, in a new indictment by the special counsel Jack Smith, widely denounced and conservative Trump stands accused of conspiracy to defraud the U.S., conspiracy to impede in official proceedings, obstructing and impeding the certification of electoral votes, and conspiracy to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate one or more persons in the free exercise and enjoyment of the right to vote, have one's votes counted. Reacting to the assignments of Trump's J6 case to Chutkin, Julie Kelly, who's closely followed the Biden DOJ's overzealous prosecution of J6 defendants, tweeted Wednesday, "My God, it looks like the case is assigned to a judge, Tanya Chutkin, an Obama appointee. Trump is doomed." And he greatly could be doomed. He could be doomed for all of this, and there's nothing more that we can actually do at all to actually bring this out of where it's at. It's really seriously something to see. In a subsequent tweet, Kelly wrote, "She's the judge who forced Trump to turn over records to the J6 committee." With that, she quoted that Chukin's own words on the bench heralded anti-Trump progressives, but presidents are not kings. Plaintiff is not president. He retains the right to assert that his records are privileged, but the incumbent president is not constitutionally obliged to honor that assertion. Evidence of Judge Chukin's leftism. Conservative media has laid out ample evidence of Judge Chukin's left-wing bias. Daily Mail reports Chukin has worked in the law firm Boyce Schiller Flexner from 2002 until she was confirmed federal judge in 2014. Boyce Schiller has strong connections to the Democratic Party and then second son Hunter Biden, whose dad, President Biden, is likely to face Trump in 2024 election, was of counsel at the firm in 2009 to 2014. Washington Free Beacon reports that Boyce Schiller law firm's three founders contributed a combined of $174,000 to Joe Biden's presidential campaign and Biden Victory Fund, according to the campaign finance records. Blaze reports that Chukin is somewhat of a pro-abortion rights zealot who in 2018 ruling granted the entire illegal alien population, including young teens, class action certification to demand unfettered access to abortions. The previous year, Chukin ordered the government to promptly and without delay transport a 17-year-old illegal alien to a Texas abortion provider in order to see what she might have her 16-week-old child exterminated after the Trump administration had attempted to bar her from leaving the detention facility. 16-week-old child. Sounds like it was already born. Yes, that because you were stopped from being able to abort it. Yeah, you should have the all right to go ahead and yeet it from the planet after it was already born. How disgusting can you be? Like many of the left, Chukin possesses a strange double standard of defending life while crusading for right of women to terminate the lives of innocent and defenseless unborn babies through abortion on demand. She's gone to extraordinary lengths on the bench to protect the life of at least one convicted serial murderer sentenced to death row, Daniel Lewis Lee, which is, the difference between pro-choice and pro-life is really, really strange when it comes down to who you talk to and what side of the room they're actually pointing at. What's up, bros? Good to see you, dear. Glad you're here. 22 watching over on Rumble. Thank you so much for being there. I really do appreciate it. Over here on the YouTube side, there is going to be something that's going to be coming up for Saturdays. I have members only streams coming up. Those will be YouTube exclusives. If you make yourself to the YouTube side and actually can get yourself in there and get yourself a membership, as well as being able to get into Discord, you'll actually get to those members only streams that will happen on Saturday nights. I got Shizzy Wiznut coming up this weekend. I got MLS Law showing up next weekend. And the week after, I have Divinity and Nova. Kind of an interesting idea. And hopefully it actually works out where I can actually drum those memberships up just a little bit and see if we can't get something out of that. It should be fun and very interesting. How much longer is this? It's not too much longer. I'm not going to continue. I think that we kind of get the point on this particular article that this leftist judge that's totally against all J6 and is a proponent or a helper for what is Black Lives Matter, really seriously is going to be something difficult to understand how it is that she just so happens to get to be the judge of that particular instance. And it could be kind of scary to believe uh, where this could actually lead to next. Kind of very disturbing lady in herself. Uh, Donald Trump unleashes on Fox News' Brett Baier. Vicky T, I gotta lay down. Frog Benadryl's kicking my butt. Sleep well out there. We'll talk to you tomorrow. You have a good one. It was just a little over a week ago when we found out that from insiders who disclosed that Fox News corporate donations program matches employee payments to some of the nation's most leftist and anti-Christian organizations, continuing the company's gradual drip of embarrassing revelations. The network's Fox Giving gateway allows workers to see the contributions they make match to extreme left groups like Planned Parenthood, as well as the Satanic Temple, according to The Blaze, which spoke of 2 active Fox employees and 1 previous employee, all spoke anonymously in order to discuss the development that will serve as yet another major blow to the network, which has struggled after firing its top star, Tucker Carlson. Moose Maneuver, what is up, brother? Good to see you. With that said, it should be no surprise the network is desperately doing the bidding of the GOP's donor class, who don't want Trump to be a nominee for 2024. And the late night posting frenzy in the social media network Truth Social, the former president attacked Fox host Brett Baier, Ron DeSantis, and a number of other rivals. After midnight on Tuesday, Trump posted something on Twitter that read, MAGA, which is most of the Republican Party, is very angry at Fox News for continuing to push Ron DeSanctimonious. No personality at all. The guys like Chris Sununu in New Hampshire, who couldn't even start a presidential run because of 0 poll numbers, who's got his father's looks, but not his father's brain. In another, he said, in almost every poll, DeSanctimonious loses to Biden. While I am far ahead of Biden, Brett Baier of Fox News, of course, should have stated the fact during his softball interview with DeSantis, criticizing Baier for his Monday night interview with DeSantis. What? Madcore Mofo. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. There are polls showing a 71 to 12 point up margin, but Fox just doesn't want to go there. Why do they think I'm being indicted every hour by the left? I got DeSantis elected, and he's dead at 3% out of politics. Now he's gone once more, even with all the crazy help from Fox. 2016 all over again. Why is this? For an additional punch, he attacked Karl Rove. In conclusion of the post, he's interviewed today on Fox News and has serious case along with creepy Karl Rove of Trump derangement syndrome. Republican version, the guys should forget their failures. Additionally, Trump asserted that Fox News ratings were cut in half because they're not MAGA strong and not MAGA smart. It can be saved, but it won't be easy. Why does Fox News keep featuring losers like failed presidential candidates Ada Hutchinson, crybaby Chris Sununu, who's ready to run when he realized he was pulling at zero, and sloppy Chris Christie. Doesn't make sense. Nobody wants to watch them, he added in a subsequent post. And yet another post, Trump attacked William Barr in his own attorney general when he was president, hilariously labeling him a marshmallow, a coward rhino. Following those remarks, Trump retruthed a flurry of images from his backers and branded Fox fake news, faux news, however you want to label it. They are what they are, and they're just horrible, rotten commies, and projecting a picture of DeSantis and Fox News on the Titanic. Oops. The former president then watched Laura Ingram's show on Fox, which he enjoyed based on the reaction. The segment was about Hunter Biden and an investigation into alleged Biden family corruption. Wow. Crooked Joe Biden was on dozens of calls with Hunter's business associates. He lied, and he didn't know anything about his son's businesses, demanded that Ukraine prosecutors be fired immediately. It's amazingly corrupt behavior. He added, this is really bad news for Biden, which means I will probably be indicted again soon in order to kill the news cycle. Make America great again. These very lengthy black screens are interesting. Trump then posted a segment from Fox's Jesse Watters primetime show, which covered former Hunter Biden business partner Devin Archer, who testified before the House on Monday. Trump declared, the dam is breaking. The dam is breaking. The dam is breaking. It's that brick wall that red wave crashed up against you, and as that dam breaks, and you actually see more and more red hitting that the blue wall, you're going to actually see a lot come up through the next year, heading up into 2024. Regarding Fox News matches donations to leftist organizations, staff members demonstrated the Blaze how to donate to organizations that have at different times comes under fire from the historically center-right network for backing Democratic politicians and anti-religious campaigns by using myfox.okt. Jesus Christ, I can't even. myfox.okta.com link. The Southern Poverty Law Center, which ironically criticized the media company for making money off of its extremist ex-primetime show Tucker Carlson, is one of Fox's prospective winners. The Fox network will match staff contributions to a maximum of $1,000. One active worker summed up the network's contribution program's duplicity. Fox pretends to care about Christians, but some of the stuff they push internally suggests otherwise. Glory holes, trans surgeries for kids, and potential donations for satanic temples are a huge slap in the face to every Christian at the company, and we resent it. The statement continued, adding, it offends me personally that this company acts like they support Christians, and yet they're literally willing to match 1,000 donations to Satanic Temple. Isn't that something? The Satanic Temple After School Satan Club just so happens to be picking up $1,000 donations to actually continue to actually push Satanism in itself. You're all right, Frogman? Of course. What's up? Of course I'm all right. Is there something wrong? Am I gone? Fox has always been controlled opposition. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We've been calling them out for as long as we possibly could be, actually calling them paid opposition. They are just that. There's absolutely nothing that they're actually good for in any way, shape, or form. They're trash. Sounded a bit stressed. Oh no, it's been a long day of actually doing the work to actually get this situated and get it going, and getting hold of other people to actually set up to actually go ahead and do members only streams on Saturdays. Those are YouTube exclusives. If you're not a member, be sure that you actually become a member, or turn on gifts to actually pick up those memberships to actually be able to join those exclusive conversations. It's just been a long day. That's all. I can imagine the way the news has been today. What's up, Squaw Bob? Jesus says Frog might could be a little better, but that's true of each of us. I mean, it could. Carrie Lake quit Fox 10 over them tailoring COVID coverage. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We've seen several people actually walk away from Fox News. We watched Fox News actually, go ahead and turn away from the right and actually, go face up to the left and actually spread some of their bullshit rhetoric to go along with it. They've called some of it out, but just to keep themselves a little bit opposite of what it was before. And I don't really see it actually being something that's really going to stick. Republican Senator J.D. Vance, Ohio, slammed the third indictment of former President Donald Trump on Tuesday. He accused President Joe Biden of trying to jail his political opponent rather than face him in 2024. Joe Biden is indicting Donald Trump again because he's losing in the presidential race. He would rather throw Donald Trump in prison than face him at the ballot box. The credibility of American legal system is being attacked because Biden is afraid of facing the consequences of his disastrous policies. Luckily, the American people get to say when they reelect Donald Trump, it will be time to clean house at the Department of Justice, as well as multiple other locations they're actually going to empty and drain that swamp of all those swamp creatures that are there. And I hope they actually take a couple of those rhinos with them. Senator J.D. Vance slams yet another indictment. U.S. Senator J.D. Vance issued the following statement: Joe Biden is indicting Donald Trump again, which is what we just read. Special counsel Jack Smith announced that the grand jury in Washington, D.C. is indicting former President Donald Trump on charges related to J6 riot in the U.S. Capitol. Trump is indicted on 4 counts: 1 of conspiracy to defraud, 1 of conspiracy to obstruct, 1 obstruction to attempt to obstruct the official proceeding, and 1 of conspiracy against rights. The indictment is announced the day after President Joe Biden had been implicated in a long-running influence peddling scheme by the Son Hunter's former business partner Devin Archer in a testimony before the House Oversight Committee. Trump has now been indicted 3 times, first in Manhattan in April, in state charges relating to payments to porn star Stormy Daniels, second Miami in June for federal charges relating to the White House documents, and third in Washington, D.C. for J6. They're not going to stop. They're going to continue to push this as long as they possibly can. What's up, tits and ray guns? What evil are you planning, Frogboy? Yeah. Well, become a member and find out. Don't forget to pick up those memberships before Saturday to actually be part of those member-only streams. This Saturday will be Shizzy Wiznut. Next Saturday will be MLS Law. And then the Saturday after, I got Divinity Said and her partner in crime, Nova. Don't forget to actually do that. If you miss out, that's on you. Go ahead and hit that join that membership. Get it while you can. Should be fun. DOJ leaks names of 5 co-conspirators in Trump's indictment that includes 5 lawyers to CNN. Another leak by Biden's DOJ. Once again, President Trump is indicted on Tuesday. Of course, we already know this as we just read the last 3 or 4 articles that actually point out to the fact. Here's the 6 unnamed co-conspirators. Oh, unnamed, huh? Oh, they have names. Co-conspirator number 1, Rudy Giuliani, an attorney who is willing to spread knowingly false claims and pursue strategies that defended his 2020 re-election campaign. Again, we're not contesting any of this. We all know Joe Biden is the most legitimate president ever with the most votes. We're not contesting that. What's up, Gold Eagle? Good to see you. Co-conspirator number 2, John Eastman, an attorney who devised and attempted to implement the strategy to leverage the vice president's ceremonial role overseeing the certification proceeding to obstruct the certification of the presidential election. Sidney Powell, co-conspirator number 3, an attorney who unfounded claims of election fraud and defendant privately acknowledged to others sounded crazy. Nonetheless, the defendant embraced the publicly amplified co-conspirators number 3's disinformation. Just stopping in to hit the like button. Don't forget to actually claim one of those memberships while you're in here, Darth. That way you can actually join us on Saturday. Jeffrey Clark, co-conspirator number 4, Justice Department official who worked to civil matters and who the defendant attempted to use the Justice Department to open sham election crime investigations, influence state legislatures into knowingly false claims of election fraud. Watch your language, Gold Eagle. Pence indicted. He never wanted. He never be indicted. Elected again. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get him too. Why not? I did not see Saturday. Yeah, I have shows set up for the next 3 Saturdays. Jeffrey Clark, co-conspirator number 4, a Justice Department official who worked in civil matters and who, with the defendant, attempted to use the Justice Department to open sham election crime investigations and influence state legislatures with knowingly false claims of election fraud. Kenneth Chesebro, co-conspirator number 5, an attorney who assisted in devising and attempting to implement a plan to submit fraudulent sales and presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding, and co-conspirator number 6, a political consultant who helped implement the plan. Well, for whatever reason, we're not going to actually know who that one is. They don't want to actually release that information. Here, there's a video to go along with what I just read. If you're all interested in that, this actually comes from the Gateway Pundit. You can actually find that list. That list is available. Y'all dirty, sup Trump? Just maybe. The fact that they have unmitigated gall to file these charges after making questioning the election a crime for 2 years is the acme of hypocrisy. Yes. I agree with you. I agree with you so much on that. That's exactly where the problem is the left in their hypocrisy for almost everything. America's gone down the tubes. We need a Rosen charge. Yes, there you go. That would be fun. Get a pretty lady up there. That would work. But yes, Golden Eagle's right. We need Trump. And whatever happens to him, no matter what, worst comes to worst, where they're actually threatening life, and not just life in prison, but actually saying that because there was potentiality of somebody actually dying because of what had happened, that he could actually be executed for such a thing. There's zero people that are going to look at that and be like, "Oh, good." I mean, there might be a couple leftists out there that might not feel that way, but there's going to be an awful lot of people that are going to stand up, and they're not going to put up with that. They're not going to put up with that whatsoever. No way, shape, or form. God is not that happy with Trump either. We like Melania. Rose 2032. Maybe if I see the name on the ballots as they call me Rose, I'm voting for that. I'm voting for that. Actually, just chilling on Rumble side, it's not personal. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. You all get to chill wherever it is that you feel like chilling. One-on-one with Shizzy Wiznut sounds like punishment. No way. I get along with that guy, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. We actually have quite the conversations, no matter what where we're at and what we're doing. He's really easy to talk to. Sounds fun to me. I think the one that a lot of people are going to be actually interested in is the one that comes up next week. The one that comes up next week with MLS Law. That should be fun. Michigan Democrat AG follows Joe Biden's lead, indicts her former GOP opponent, Matthew DePerno. DePerno's attorney responds. Because they're like, oh, we can do that? We can actually go after our political opponents? They, like I said before, they opened their door to this for this to happen over and over again. Once people see that, oh, we can be semi-successful actually trying to actually go after our political opponents, more and more people are going to actually go ahead and do just that. They're going to do just that, and that's what they're actually doing. Far left Michigan Attorney General Dana Nassau on Tuesday charged her former Republican former attorney Matthew DePerno for daring to look at a Dominion voting machine. Oh no, don't look at machines. You should never look at a machine. When you look at a machine, they might stare you back in the eye and cause trouble. This is now against the law in Democrat-run Michigan. Nassau previously appointed a special counsel to investigate her Republican opponent, DePerno, just weeks before the general election. Nassau has made threats against DePerno since last year becoming the midterm elections. Former Republican Attorney General candidate Matt DePerno and ex-state rep Adair Rendon are facing criminal charges for alleged role in a scheme to access voting machines. Apparently going after your political opponents is okay. It's all right. It's okay to do such a thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whatsoever. It's fine. It's fine. Just go after your political opponents in any way, shape, or form that you want. We'll look past you actually trying to go after your political opponents as actually being distrustful in itself. And we're just going to allow more and more people to actually go after their political opponents. Prosecuting political opponents is not a bell they want to ring because conservatives will end up ringing that bell like Quasimodo. Yep, exactly. The second that they actually have the control to actually do such a thing, you're going to actually see more and more of this particular type of instance where they're going to go after their political opponents for anything they possibly can, and they're going to try making it something whatever they want. I'm going to actually skip this one. Marjorie Taylor Greene, impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden could change minds as opposed to Republicans. An impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden would help change the minds of House Republicans who oppose impeaching the president. Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene exclusively told Breitbart News. The mechanism of impeachment inquiry is an investigation that usually occurs before a potential article of impeachment vote. If the House approves of the articles, they are conveyed to the Senate for approval. Greene said launching the first step of an impeachment inquiry would help opposed House Republicans consider their position among other benefits. I think the impeachment inquiry is really important. The impeachment inquiry will show the public even more information. It'll help get those Republican members that we have to the point where they will be there for impeachment. It also gives the House more power behind our subpoenas. Not every House Republican supports opening an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. Greene said, and a few House Republicans still oppose it, which likely would prevent the House from attaining the 218 threshold. The whole purpose of them calling for the impeachment inquiry is to push the ones that won't do it. So is a really important process. It is an important process, and you know, at the same time, when I look at it, I have the tendency to actually think about it a little different. As we've wasted our time and money the first time and the second time that we went after Donald Trump. They should actually think about it potentially and just be like, well, let's not do either of them. Let's not do this. Let's not waste our time. Let's not waste our money, because it's not going to make it past the Senate, and it's going to do exactly the same thing that the last couple did, and is just going to hurt us in the long run, because every single time that there's a new president in an opposite siding house, they're going to try over and over again to try impeach as many people as they possibly can, to try actually making it a thing. Greene noted that House Speaker Kevin McCarthy signaled he might open an inquiry into Joe Biden if more powerful allegations continue to spill out of the public view. On Monday, Hunter Biden's best friend, Devin Archer, told House investigators that Hunter Biden included the Vice President Joe Biden in the speakerphone over 20 times with business associates to sell the brand. Greene praised McCarthy for the previous remark. It's interesting to see people call McCarthy a rhino, but he's the one who's calling for an impeachment inquiry. He's got a pretty good approval rating. You got to think, if he's such a rhino, he would not be saying that. Or would he? Because, you know, he does like the rest of those Democrats have been doing and actually trying to go after somebody politically over and over again to see if anything can actually stick. McCarthy is a rhino. Yes, Darth. McCarthy is a rhino for sure. All of you that are over on the YouTube side, if anything ever happens to this channel, something does occur, be sure to make yourself over to the Rumble side and subscribe over there, because that won't stop. I'm going to continue doing whatever it is that I can to continue bringing you this type of news and information as it comes around. 50 million in hidden accounts. I'm with you, Boomer. Legitimately needs impeachment, but is it seriously something that we should continue to actually allow to happen? Would it not actually set a bad precedence when it comes to every other person that's running for government? It really seriously can see this actually not going well. Many Republican members of the House Judiciary Committee welcome McCarthy's long-awaited signal for impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden could be on the table in the near future. House Republicans could hold anyone in the Biden administration accountable for the corruption, blatant weaponization of government agencies in order to serve political end, says Chip Roy. We continue to learn about the corruption in Biden crime family, and now deep and wide in the corruption seems to go, says Harriet Hageman of Wyoming. With the revelations of the past several weeks and the increasing pace of new information leading toward the big guy being directly involved in an incumbent upon the Judiciary Committee to immediately open an impeachment investigation. While Speaker McCarthy has recognized the importance of an impeachment inquiry into President Biden, I question his resolve to follow through. Rep. Ellie Crane, Arizona, exclusively told Breitbart News. We, the people, deserve answers to the extent of the Biden crime family's corruption and whether the leaders of the free world is compromised. Speaker McCarthy's acknowledgement of the step in the right direction. It says, watch exclusive Trump. Congress should do the proper thing and impeach Joe Biden. We can watch it if we want. Got an awful lot to go through yet, but let's do it. Let's do it anyway. Because we like Donald Trump. We like Donald Trump, and we like the words that come out of his.
Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, has said that he believes that we're on the verge of opening an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. What do you think about this?
Well,
I mean, obviously, you've gone through it twice. Do you think
that's right.
Joe Biden should be impeached?
They impeached me over a perfect phone call.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's stolen millions of dollars and done worse than that. I mean, look at what he's done to the country with the inflation, with the energy, with taking away people's rights, with the DOJ, weaponized DOJ. No, I mean, it's they impeached me over a perfect phone.
Maybe we could be wrong. He could be totally wrong, but is he?
And here's a guy stolen millions of dollars and done other things that are so bad. Our country is in a position where it's so sad to see what's happening.
I mean,
it is sad to see what's happening. It is super sad to actually see what's happening. To actually believe that Joe Biden didn't do any of that is really amazing to actually see. Darth. You're just gonna miss the Saturday show because it's not gonna be on Rumble. Telling you, it's a YouTube members only exclusive. Go ahead and stay over there on that side and find out what happens. Not gonna happen. They're gonna stay right on YouTube and they're not gonna be uploaded to the Rumble side. They're exclusives. They're exclusives for a reason. The call-in guy, can anyone please explain to me how all the evidence and testimony that is going to send him to jail all comes from his own people? And then repeats it. And then repeats it again. Thank you, the call-in guy, number 9. Not number 1, not number 2, but number 9. They Call Me Rose gifted 5 Koolfrogg memberships. Thank you so much, dear. That is awesome. Those go to Squab Bob, Andrew Wardna, Charlene Andrea, Pyramid 7, and Feral Housewife. There you go. Awesome. Thank you so much for the support of the Frog Army. I appreciate it all so much. And I appreciate you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Judge Shimnikin. What? What's that supposed to be? Told you couldn't get memberships. Mm-hmm. Told you I couldn't get memberships. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Rose. Uh, waiting in the wings, Gavin Newsom set up presidential fundraising sweep. Oh, really? Huh. No, I'm not going to. Quit spamming chat with the ridiculous same question. You ain't going to get it answered that way. You want it answered, stop spamming. California Governor Gavin Newsom has built a fundraising effort that mirrors those of presidential candidates as Democrats begin to wonder whether they should drop the aging, legally vulnerable incumbent president Joe Biden from the 2024 election ticket. A year ago, Newsom told the White House that he would not run in 2024, at least not to challenge Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, who's from the home state of California and his home city of San Francisco. But circumstances have changed. Biden's age is showing. His polls are dismal, despite positive economic signs. And he may even face an impeachment inquiry as evidence emerges that he is part of a lucrative influence peddling scheme using his son as a go-between to foreign businesses. This could lead Democrats to look for alternatives, and Newsom building a national operation, the Sacramento Bee reports. Governor Gavin Newsom is taking fundraising steps often used by potential presidential candidates, setting up multiple committees that were the first 3 months have raised and spent over millions of dollars. The 3 Newsom-affiliated committees and Political Action Committee, which limits contributions to $5,000 a year and can donate to individual candidates, a super PAC, which can raise unlimited amounts of cash, but is restricted from promoting a specific candidate, and a joint fundraising committee, which functions like a bank, mostly collecting and distributing funds to other groups. Forming the trio of fundraising committees allows prospective candidates like Newsom to begin building a base to support the explore or run for federal office without saying it outright, according to Brandon Glavin, senior data analyst at Open Secrets. If he wants to jump into the race, or if Biden steps aside, Newsom would face tight deadlines. As Breitbart News has noted, time is running out to qualify for primary ballots, but Democrats could also find a way, as they have in the past, to make a late switch. You don't say. You don't say. It wasn't anything that we'd already said before. That if we actually listen to Roger Stone and what he actually said at TPUSA of being warned, be warned that you could be looking at a ticket of Michelle Obama and Gavin Newsom. But, no, we won't see that. Newsom, blah, blah, blah. Well, look, there's Newsom. And he's gaining traction, not even being part of anything yet. And he's going to actually continue to gain traction. Why? Because he's related to that of Nancy Pelosi, and he can actually do whatever he wants because Democrats will actually go ahead and allow it. Isn't that something cool? Pay attention. Here comes Gavin Newsom. Breaking. Senate buildings in lockdown over report of possible active shooter. Is doubtful all evidence and testimony can be exclusive to the described. Oh, you're trying to answer the Cullen guy's question. The Colin guy does nothing but actually troll every single time. I love trolls. Trolls are so good. They're so wonderful. All they do is they sit there and they spam questions over and over again. And we should appreciate them. We should appreciate them for actually being trolls. Can anyone please explain how all the evidence and testimony that is going to send him to jail, which him, all comes from his own people? All GOP. Anyone? No, it doesn't. It doesn't come from his own people. It's never come from just his own people. Every single thing that's actually been brought up or whatever has actually come from the Biden administration to actually go after Trump. All the stuff that's used to actually go after Joe Biden is all come from the GOP. What's your point? Both sides are attacking each other relentlessly over and over again for absolutely no reason. Capitol Police are warned that those within the Senate building in Washington, D.C. should shelter in place after a concerning 911 call came in, a possible active shooter on Wednesday afternoon. Good thing most of them were actually not even there because they're on vacation for the month. Our officers are searching in and around the Senate office building in response to a concerning 911 call. Please stay away from the area as we are still investigating. We will continue to communicate with the public here. If you are inside the Senate building, everyone inside should be sheltering in place as the report was for a possible active shooter. It should be noted that we do not have any confirmed reports of gunshots. Senate staffers reportedly received messages warning them about internal security threat, telling those inside the building to move inside the nearest office, close and lock external windows and doors, and hide it out in a public space. The incident at Russell's Senate office building is likely a mental health situation, not an active shooter. Which senator are they going after now? They end on vacation. They're out there begging their donors for sweet campaign cash. Well, it's technically they're on vacation to not actually be part of. That's why we won't see much of a hearing or much else going on throughout the month. There's no business being conducted. Yeah, I know. They'll be out there, begging and pleading. Please donate. Please donate. Of course. Do they ever stop asking for donations? Just after 4 p.m., Capitol Police gave all this clear. This is a breaking story and will be updated. Yet they didn't update it. They didn't update it. Come on, Jack. Let's go. Yep, see, that should have been before that. It's not going to get added. Well, what the heck? I thought I actually had. Apparently, it's not there. As there was an update to the situation. There was an update to the situation, and basically what it come down to is they're actually saying that it was not a shooter, and it was just that there was shots fired in and around the location from what they actually assumed they heard, and all was cleared within the day. All had been cleared by the end of the day, and everything was good. There wasn't anything to actually be looking at or paying attention to. It was a distraction. It was a distraction, is the way I feel about it. Senator Marco Rubio, President Biden delays action against fentanyl to get climate deal. President Joe Biden's deputies are delaying government action against Chinese manufactured fentanyl in the hope of getting a climate deal. Senator Marco Rubio, Republican out of Florida, declared on August 2nd op-ed from Newsweek. Congress has drafted legislation to clamp down on the drug flow that is killing at least 70,000 Americans a year. There's a group of progressive activists, including some Biden administration insiders, who would delay these actions. Some frame drug legalization and harm reduction as the answers to all the problems. Others are not as naive, but they believe that the climate deal with Beijing is worth withholding sanctions on the Chinese drug dealers. The draft legislation includes the Combating Illicit um, Xylazine Act and Fend Off Fentanyl Act and a Halt Fentanyl Act, which is designed to curb other fentanyl-like invented drugs. Rubio said he is also punishing legislation to list fentanyl precursors on illicit drugs and sanction Chinese institutions with that facilitate illegal drug transactions through money laundering. $5 from Pete Beaver over on the Rumble side. Says high five to the 20 plus live viewers on Rumble. Thank you so much for the $5. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. He wrote, "This is not a partisan issue for most Americans. Cartels, gangs, and mobs are flooding our streets with poison. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying as a result. If we don't try to protect them, we aren't worthy of being called public servants. Strong action and sanctions against Chinese companies are a problem. Influential lobbies in D.C., partly because China's government can retaliate against investors who rely on China's manufacturers or consumers. On July 20th, Homeland Security Chief Alejandro Mayorkas claimed that the United States needs help from China to slow the flow of the drugs from Mexico. China bears responsibility. We need their assistance in interdicting the chemicals and pill presses that are going in volumes that don't reflect legitimate use. Mayorkas did not suggest the government could impose economic pressure on China." Political pressure in D.C. Come on, Koolfrogg, you're in. Thank you, P. Beaver, for the support of Koolfrogg, says Susan Eckstein. There you go, P. Beaver. You got a thank you from a mod on the YouTube side. Political pressure in D.C. has already minimized U.S. economic pressure in Mexico, where the drugs are manufactured from Chinese-supplied chemicals. For example, on July 25th, lower-level Biden officials announced a toothless deal over drug smuggling, but a few days later, White House officials inked an agreement that reward Mexico for regulating the flow of international migrants into the United States economy. Migration agreements suggest that Biden administrations has been willing to sacrifice a deal on the drug smuggling problem to get the migration deals that they want. Jessica Vaughn, policy director in the Center of Immigration Studies, told Breitbart News, "The drug problem is getting worse as the China-backed cartels mix new compounds to make Americans more dependent on." New York Times reported in January. "I'd wake up in the morning crying because my arms were dying," Miss Tracy McCann, 39, said. "I'm here shattered, Philadelphia neighborhood, and increasingly in drug hot zones around the country. An animal tranquilizer called xylazine, known by the street names of trank dope or zombie drug, is being used to bulk up illicit fentanyl, making its impact even more devastating. Xylazine causes wounds that erupt in the scaly dead tissue called eschar. Untreated, they can lead to amputation. It induces blackout stupor for hours, rendering users vulnerable to graping and robbery. When people come to the high from the fentanyl and they long since faded, they immediately crave more because xylazine is a sedative and not an opiate. It resists standard opioid overdose reversal treatments. So Narcan ain't not going to work. Too bad. Too bad. You go and you fuck around. You're really going to seriously find out if you're messing around with these kind of drugs. Since his 2011 arrival in the Senate, Rubio has moved toward a populist criticism of Washington, D.C. In June, he released a book that sharply criticized the federal immigration policy and said it has driven by Wall Street's desire for more immigration. This country has prioritized the importation of cheap labor, including illegal cheap labor, he said in his book titled Decades of Decadence, How Our Spoiled Elites Blew America's Inheritance of Liberty, Security, and Prosperity. Rubio continued, across the country today, the immigration system has been corrupted and exploited, and it began, as many American problems do, with the fundamental shift toward a globalized economy. But not every business could be exported, which means Wall Street simply figured out how to import cheap labor, much of it, clarification, not all, coming from illegal immigrants. This is a slower, more subtle process. Sure, some politicians made a big deal about jobs Americans wouldn't do, but otherwise the only outcry came from workers who found their wages stalled, benefits cut, and hours slashed until they could be replaced by someone willing to work more hours for less. More often than not, it is about jobs Wall Street doesn't want Americans to do, because hiring Americans would require higher wages and better working conditions. To them, it is better to import cheap labor and buy off Americans with cash welfare programs provided by the government. Yes, government-funded welfare is always the answer to all your questions. Everybody should just be so excitedly happy that they get government handouts, while they go ahead and turn those immigrants that they're importing by the millions into slaves. Yes, yep, that's way to go. Sounds great. Thank you so much for actually doing the ignorant thing, Biden administration. Overall, Biden's administration has not exerted itself or ditched any of its own pro-migration priorities to help combat the growing damage from drugs. It remains passive amid the growing death toll, and the video showing discarded Americans, more of whom now prostitute themselves to fund their drug needs. Yes, sex work is now real work, and go ahead and do just that, because instead of flipping burgers at the McDonald's to make a decent wage, you'd rather actually go ahead and sell your body to watch it get destroyed as different people actually go ahead and harm you in multiple different ways. How gross and disgusting can this world get as we proceed into the future? And Marco Rubio is sitting there trying to call Joe Biden for his ignorance of not dealing with this kind of stuff of fentanyl and other drugs. And he wants to actually point at the climate change deals. Let's be a hypocrite and ignorant to the point and do just this. Because, it would make no sense to actually, want to keep your citizenry healthy and let them actually do jobs at a decent wage, as opposed to actually use slave labor. Lauren Boebert makes unusual announcement nobody saw coming. The U.S. House of Representatives approved an amendment proposed by Colorado Republican Rep. Lauren Boebert, who shield homeowners from socialist Biden policies. Today, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert amendment requiring the Government Accountability Office to publish a report on its website exposing the costs and process associated with the Biden administration's socialist housing policies passed the House by voice vote with unanimous bipartisan consent. Boebert's amendments will help protect homeowners from Biden's disastrous scheme to raise fees for people with higher credit scores to subsidize those with lower credit scores, Boebert's office said in a press release. My common sense amendment provides transparency for the American people and exposes the cost of arbitrary processes used by Biden's minions to ram through his socialist housing policy that penalizes responsible homeowners to subsidize high risk individuals. Unelected bureaucrats in Washington should not be able to impose these un American regulations on hardworking middle class families. This is gross overreach and will ultimately exacerbate the growing inflation problem in this country. Joe Biden's decision to subsidize failure makes more sense when you realize he's hired Mayor Pete, Karine Jean-Pierre, and Kamala Harris, raising housing fees at a time when mortgage rates are at a highest level in years thanks to the Biden-Pelosi spending spree will make housing less affordable and result in higher mortgage costs and reduce access to credit for most borrowers who are working hard and doing their best just to get by. Over the past year of Biden's economic failures, mortgage interest rates have doubled. To make matters worse, Biden rolled out new socialist housing changes that force borrowers with good credit scores to pay more per month to subsidize borrowers with low credit scores. For instance, on a $400,000 mortgage, a borrower with a credit score of 680 would be forced to pay $40 more per month to subsidize similar borrowers with worse credit scores. As a guy that really has a shitty credit score and actually realizes where this is actually going, I can see, and I would not want the guy down in the corner who makes a whole ass ton of money to have to actually spend more on his to pay for mine because I can't pay for my own. I need his assistance to do so. How is that fair to anyone? How is that fair to anyone to actually believe that that would actually be something that we should really be maybe not looking at when it comes down to it? It's not something that we should really be looking at. It's really not. This is disturbing. Congresswoman Boebert's amendment and Congresswoman Warren Davidson's Middle Class Borrower Protection Act passed the House by voice vote with unanimous bipartisan consent. The bill ultimately passed the House with bipartisan support 230-189. Congresswoman Boebert voted for the Middle Class Borrower Protection Act since it scraps Joe Biden's disastrous policy of subsidizing failure at the expense of responsible homeowners. Boebert's office added in the press release. Boebert made news last month when she declared her intention to require every member of the House to publicly state their position on President Joe Biden's alleged policies and conduct while in office. Boebert has stated that Biden continues to operate carelessly when it comes to the border with the United States, neglecting to protect Americans from the influx of lethal fentanyl and criminal activity. She has also stated that the president has made progress toward easing the strain of the nation's immigration system. Biden intentionally ceded command and control of our border to cartels. His dereliction of duty caused the deaths of over 900 Coloradians from fentanyl-enabled sex trafficking and allowed an invasion, she wrote in a subsequent tweet. I brought my articles of impeachment up via the privileged motion to force a vote. Boebert charged that Biden had neglected his constitutional duty to secure our southern border and threatened to file articles of impeachment, and the GOP leadership didn't. Given the severity of the violation of Joe Biden's constitutional oath to faithfully execute the office of the president, United States to the best of its ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. This is something that we must do with our majorities in the House of Representatives. This is our duty because Joe Biden has neglected constitutional duty of the office of President of the United States. I introduced the articles of impeachment on the last Congress and had fully intended to introduce them to this Congress, but I was also giving some of the other committees and leadership the opportunity to lead on this. It's about Joe Biden's failure to secure the southern border. And so it's not just about just the southern border, though she actually alludes to it at the end that it's just about the southern border. when it comes down to it, we really seriously are so ignorant to the cause of what is actually happening and why it's happening. And we should actually wake up to the situation of these corrupt rulings that Joe Biden just so happens to think are okay to push. And he's gone ahead and he's actually making it. He's going to actually make it be, unless she can actually get this to actually stick through the Senate. And then maybe, then and only maybe, if the president signs it, makes it an actual thing, to not make the guy down the street actually have to pay for my rent or my bills because I can't afford to, or vice versa. It's kind of scary and horrible and very disturbing to actually think that that could actually be a thing. Uh, 13 watching on Rumble, 6 over here on the YouTube side. If you haven't hit the like button or the thumbs up button, please do so. If you haven't heard me actually say it yet today, I'm going to repeat it yet one more time before the end of tonight, where I'll do it again. Go ahead and be sure you become a member on the YouTube side. Be sure you become a member on the YouTube side to actually catch exclusives, member exclusives coming up Saturdays. This week, Shizzy Was Not. Next week, MLS Law. Week after, Divinity and Nova. Illinois Governor Pritzker says DeSantis isn't smart enough to be president. I mean, he's really kind of not. He's really kind of not. Did Frog just describe welfare? I know it's already a thing. It's already a thing, but she's actually trying to prevent it from actually being more of a welfare state than it already is. So for her to actually attempt to do something might be okay. Illinois Democrat Governor J.B. Pritzker has said the social media platform X, formerly Twitter, that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is not smart enough to be president after Republicans criticized the new Illinois state law allowing non-citizens to serve as police officers. Really? Because he actually is against non-citizens becoming police officers, he's not smart enough? That's not the reason he's not smart enough. Sorry, Pritzker, you freaking prick. There's no reason that you should actually point at somebody because you actually are dumb enough to actually say, oh, police officers don't need to be citizens of the United States. Police officers can go ahead and do whatever it is that they want. Really? You sure about that? You sure about that? I really don't believe that that's exactly what makes him not smart enough to become president. Pritzker added, I'd proudly sign the bill allowing legal permanent residents and DACA recipients of Illinois to serve in their communities as police officers. Our military already does it. It's right. It's the right thing to do, no matter what lies the right wing spreads. Are you shitting me right now? No, they're not actually just allowing non-citizens to become military members. That's not true. You ignorant asshole. Show me where. If you think that that's actually a thing, show me where. Prove it to me, prickster. The post came as response to DeSantis to sharply criticize Pritzker for signing Illinois Bill 3751. 3751 actually did allow for non-citizens in Illinois to become police officers. And if you can actually just allow anybody to become a police officer, what's that really going to seriously do for us? I don't see that being a good deal. I really don't see it being a good deal. I see it actually causing harm. They would like to, though, imagine an army not loyal to America in America. Yeah, right? Could you imagine? Could you imagine that being a thing? Arizona braces for unpredictable three-way Senate race. I bet I bet Kristen Sinema thinks about three ways as being a good thing. Carrie Lake is campaigning. She just hasn't clarified if she's stumping for former President Donald Trump as a potential vice presidential candidate or perhaps running for the U.S. Senate. Blake Masters defeated the competitive 2022 Arizona U.S. Senate election by incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly as being courted to run for the Senate in 2024, but has not confirmed or denied his interest. Karen Robeson, who lost 2022's Republican gubernatorial primary to Miss Lake, businessman Jim Lamont, who lost the 2022 primary to Mr. Masters, and Arizona GOP chairwoman Kelly Ward are among Republicans who are purportedly pondering Senate runs. But those aren't the only falling shoes still up on the air of the Arizona, where the state's August 6, 2024 primaries are nearly a year away, and its April 8th deadline for candidates to officially declare it's still 9 months down the road. Incumbent Senator Kristen Sinema, elected in 2018 as a Democrat before leaving the party in December of 2022, has not announced her 2024 intentions, although she has filed campaign paperwork with the Federal Elections Commission in December to run as an independent. That might be her downfall when it actually comes down to if she's going to actually run for the independent. She may actually lose her seat, as most Democrats don't like independents when it comes down to it. They'd rather actually just be the Democrat that they wish she would be, that they elected the first couple times, and maybe she'd actually wake up to her own ignorance and, either become a Republican or go ahead and maybe just lose the election, I guess. That leaves Rep. Rubio Gallego, Democrat of Arizona, as the most prominent candidate thus far to officially declare he is in the race. Announcing in January he was running for Miss Sinema's seat in what will be a well-financed campaign that should easily capture the Democrat nod next August, which all likely leads to this: an unprecedented three-way Arizona U.S. Senate election featuring Miss Sinema, an incumbent without the backing of either major political party in the state, where nearly 40% of the electorate is unaffiliated, pitted against a liberal in Gallego and against Miss Lake or Mr. Masters, or any one of the array of possible GOP party nominees, ranging from relative moderates to MAGA conservatives. An Arizona three-way it is. Potentially more if you actually think about it, because, they don't know if Lake or Masters is going to step up to the plate, or if they're going to at all anyway. It could just be between Gallego and Sinema, for as far as we know. But, we'll keep paying attention to these elections and what's happening. And as Arizona actually goes for this particular, run for Senate, it could be fun to see if this lady right here of Carrie Lake would actually even come close to actually winning something this time around, as she had only just come close the last couple of times she's run for something. Only just come close. Hasn't won. Nope, hasn't done it. Oh, this I actually kind of, I've been debating on actually doing this because of some of the words that are actually in it. It's really kind of something. Come here, Rudy Giuliani's sex abuse accuser has the tapes. There's some choice words that actually go along with this. I'm actually gonna skip this for right now. I really have to actually think about that. It's really something that could actually tip off YouTube in itself. They may not actually appreciate the verbiage that's in it. I didn't actually delete it completely. I still have the article. I just closed it out from here off the tab. I might actually do a recording on it and send it over to Rumble. Do a little bit of a Rumble exclusive because, we love our Rumble people as well, and we don't want to actually leave them out of everything. Expo 75, USA, Canada, and other countries have to unity to fight against deep state like WW2. All countries had to unite to fight that small mustached man. Yeah, I mean, but what's another country going to do about going after a deep state? They're just as corrupt. Like this guy. Breaking. Justin and Sophie Trudeau announced separation. On Wednesday, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau revealed that he and his wife Sophie Gregory were separating. The couple have been married for just over 18 years and have 3 children. Hi, everyone, Trudeau said in an Instagram post. Sophie and I would like to share the fact that after many meaningful and difficult conversations, we have made the decision to separate. As always, we remain a close family with deep love and respect for each other and for everything we have built and will continue to build. For the well-being of children, Sophie and the Prime Minister have signed legal separation agreement. They have worked to ensure that all legal and ethical steps with regards to the decision to separate have been taken and will continue to do so moving forward. The statement noted that Trudeau's remain a close family, and Sophie and the Prime Minister are focused on raising their kids in a safe, loving, collaborative environment. Both parents will be constant presence in their children's lives, and Canadians can expect to often see the family together. I doubt it. I doubt it. There's no way that this lady's going to want to actually show up anywhere with the kids to actually back this asshole and everything that he's about. This is Prime Minister Trudeau that we're talking of. We really seriously need to open up our brains just a little bit and think about that a little harder. And maybe we'll actually come to some kind of a conclusion that, usually most breakups, when they happen, separations, albeit, it just so happened to actually end up very bad. And this isn't something that we should really just be like, oh, yeah, this will end good. Nah, this won't end good. This will not end good in any way, shape, or form. Why? Because Prime Minister Trudeau, maybe this young lady actually woke up to the issues of what he is and what he's about. Yes, mispronounced Castro. Yes, I know. I did, didn't I? Yes, Castro. Should find a video of Trudeau trying to kiss his wife. It's painful. I bet it is painful. I don't know if I want to actually screw up my search history with such a thing. Tweety U.S. News. Good to see you, dear. Glad you're here. Before you actually take off, if you're still here, something to actually be forewarned about is the upcoming Saturdays. I do have members only streams where I'll have special guests join me. This week, Shizzy was not. Next week will be MLS Law, and the week after will be Divinity and Nova. It should be fun and very interesting. Make sure that you keep your membership active as we actually move into that. Yes, be warned. Yes. Beijing, I don't know if this is in the right order or something. I think this is kind of out of order, but I think there's a lot of news to actually come. I think we actually moved past the politics and we're into the news. Trudeau divorce. Yeah. I can't, I don't know your French language that you know so well. It's not something, un chéri. Yes, Trudeau's being divorced. They tried putting it in simple terms. That it wasn't just a divorce, that it was actually a separation, but we'll see. We'll see how far that actually goes. Beijing records heaviest rainfall in the last 140 years, causing severe flooding and 21 deaths. Is something very interesting and very disturbing to actually see. As they actually went ahead and they actually took out all their flotation devices and motorboats and whatever else and jet skis, and they're just going to cruise up and down the center of a road, trying to save multiple people from these disaster that has actually occurred in China. Oh, you're okay, Tweety, because I couldn't even read it right. China's capital has recorded the heaviest rainfall in the last 140 years over the past few days, as remnants of Typhoon Doksuri deluged the region, turning streets into canals where emergency crews used rubber boats to rescue stranded residents. The city recorded 744.8 millimeters, or about 29 inches of rain between Saturday and Wednesday, the Beijing Meteorological Bureau said Wednesday. Beijing and the surrounding province of Hebei were hit with severe flooding because of the record rainfall, with waters rising to dangerous levels. The rain destroyed roads and knocked out power and even pipes carrying drinking water. It's flooded rivers surrounded the capital, leaving cars waterlogged while lifting others onto bridges meant for pedestrians. The number of confirmed deaths from the torrential rains around the Beijing rose from 21 Wednesday. After the body of rescuer was recovered, Wang Hongchun, 41, was with other rescuers in rubber boat when it flipped over in rapidly flowing river. For her teammates survived. Kind of disturbing and scary to actually think that some almost 30 inches of rain had been dumped into this region. I could not imagine dealing with that much water. It's sad to believe that China's dealing with such a situation, I guess. Meta starts blocking news in Canada. The move comes in response to the new law requiring tech companies to pay news publishers. Meta Platforms has announced that it will begin blocking access to any news content on Instagram or Facebook for all users in Canada in order to comply with recently passed law that requires social media companies to pay their fair share to news organizations. In a statement published on Tuesday, Meta stated that the effect of immediately linking content published by Canadian and international news outlets on Meta's apps will no longer be viewable by users in Canada. Additionally, Canadians will no longer be able to share any news content on Facebook or Instagram, including articles and audio-visual content posted by news outlets. These changes will be implemented over the next few weeks, Meta said. The so-called Online News Act, which is passed by Canadian Parliament in June, forces platforms like Google and Meta to negotiate commercial deals with Canadian news publishers for their content. Lawmakers claim that the bill aims to support substantially of news organizations by regulating digital news intermediaries with the view of enhancing fairness in the Canadian digital news marketplace. The legislation, however, has been heavily condemned by tech giants like Meta, arguing it misrepresents the value news outlets receive when choosing to use social media platforms. So, this isn't really going to just affect Meta, Facebook, or Instagram, or any other, anything else that is actually owned by Meta in themselves. This is going to actually go into effect. It will start affecting many other places, like X, like YouTube, like Rumble, like almost any other place that news is actually pushed through. All of our Canadian friends will actually be losing out on such a thing. And it's very sad to believe how far we were actually going to go with this. Good job, Canada, for not allowing any news whatsoever to actually go ahead and propagandize your people. Maybe they won't be so stupid and they might wisen up to some of the stuff that's actually happening, and maybe just, change their way of thought. That'd be kind of cool, huh? Italian Prime Minister sues rock star for calling her a fascist. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is suing Placebo lead singer Brian Molko for defamation of frontman called the politician a fascist and a racist during a concert on July 10th in Turin. In his remarks, the singer went as far as to call the Italian official a piece of shit. The video recording the moment that spread widely on the internet despite Molko's request to the audience not to film the performance. Molko's addressed to 10,000 fans of several topics, including calling the greater protections non-binary and transgender people. Turin city prosecutors opened the investigation into the British singer a week after the incident. According to Italy's criminal code, anyone who publicly defames the government, parliament, or army can be fined up to 5,000 euros. The outcry after Molko's remarks was cast doubt on whether the band's tour could continue. However, the band performed in Sassari, Italy in August 1st. Local mayor Nani Campos stated that municipality doesn't condemn anyone and does not teach anyone, adding that if Placebo commits obscene acts, vulgarity, they will answer to the judiciary, not the mayor or the junta. So for her to actually go after this particular guy for calling her out for what she just maybe potentially be, is kind of scary to think that, it's not just the United States that has issues when it comes to their leaders wanting to go ahead and actually hold anybody accountable for even just using words. He called her a fascist, a racist, and a piece of shit. Maybe she deserved it. Maybe she didn't. But there's no reason that you need to go after somebody for doing and saying what it is that they wish. Jerry Lass, what is up? Good to see you. Hey, folks, I can't get the baby to sleep. Laid down with him for 2 hours, so I gave up. I handed him a soccer and toy 5 minutes ago. He's yelling, da, 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 da. Yes, wonderful. Wonderful. Kids are so great. You appreciate them while they're still young, because they just turn into adults and potential assholes when it comes down to it. As long as we teach them correctly, maybe they won't. I'm going to actually move from this article to the next. While I do, Jerry, while you're here, Saturdays, I got members only streams coming up. If you're not a member, you might want to think about becoming a member, or at least turning on memberships and maybe catching one, as sometimes they do get gifted out. Members only streams are going to be interviews or type of situation, conversations, little chat sessions. I got Shizzy Wisnet this weekend. I got MLS Law next weekend. And then I have Divinity and Nova the weekend after. Catching a membership like HIV? Nah, come on now. No, come on. That's not nice. Another problem with Michigan, you don't say. I think there's a lot of problems with Michigan, but whatever. Chinese EV company buys up Michigan land for battery factory despite public backlash. Goshen, a Chinese Communist Party linked electronic vehicle company, announced Tuesday that it purchased 270 acres to build a battery components factory near Big Rapids, Michigan. Despite pushback from locals and conservative officials, the factory is planned for construction within 100 miles of the U.S. military facility that has previously hosted Taiwanese military officers receiving training from members of the Michigan National Guard. According to Detroit News, locals have voiced their opposition to the factory on the account of the security concerns and its planned location on the agricultural land. According to Detroit News, Democratic Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer and the Biden administration have thrown their support behind Goshen plant. Whitmer has hailed the project as a means of cementing Michigan's status as a global hub of mobility and electrification. What up, Jay-Z, Michigan? Yes. 69, the like button. I mean, if that's how you feel about it, do that. I'm looking forward to MLS talk, though. Yes, exactly. But it's for members only, Darth. How are you going to actually see that? You got a different account that actually has one, don't you? Whitmer is hailed as a project as a means of cementing Michigan's status as a global hub of mobility and electrification. Goshen stands to benefit the hundreds of millions of dollars in state and federal grants. The tax incentives for the project, which is estimated to create about 2,300 jobs. According to the Detroit News, Goshen's top executive, Zhen Li, who is of April, was the member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee, the advisory body of the CCP that seeks to influence and gather intelligence about elite organizations and individuals within the beyond China's borders, according to an April press release from the Michigan State House Republicans. The proposed construction site also lies within 60 miles of military armories, according to Fox News. Concerned Michiganders ripped Whitmer's April decision to extend the taxpayer dollars to the firm, with one civilian saying that the company's presence in the state represents a threat to our way of life and our God-given constitutional freedoms. And our state has welcomed CCP investment in Michigan 100 miles from the same facility from the Michigan National Guard, has worked with military officials from Taiwan as a dangerous double standard that puts national security at risk. This land purchase in Green Township is a step backwards for Michigan and our communities. Goshen's plan to spend about $2.4 billion to build the new plant, according to the Detroit News. The announced land purchases is a smaller amount of property than the company that initially planned to purchase. Representatives from Goshen and Whitmer said not did not respond immediately to requests for comment. Of course they didn't. Why would they want to comment on such a thing? They don't want to comment on it. They don't want to actually put their foot in their mouth. They want this to actually go through because of the way, Gretchen Whitmer thinks about it is the money. She wants the money. She wants the money that's going to come along with it. It sounds kind of disturbing if you ask me. So I'm sure I'll catch one of the next 3 gifted. We'll see. We'll see who's going to gift more. Anybody? Anybody? GOP Rep Ronnie Jackson handcuffed, detained while trying to help the medical emergency at rodeo. On Saturday, trying to do the right thing led to Republican Rep Ronnie Jackson of Texas being in handcuffs and briefly detained. The incident happened at the White Deer Rodeo in the town of White Deer, about 40 miles of Amarillo. The statement from Jackson's office said that he was attending a rodeo when he was summoned by someone in the crowd to assist a 15-year-old girl who was having medical emergency nearby. The statement that Jackson, who is a White House doctor for former President Barack Obama, was informed by a relative that the girl needed help in addition to assistance being provided because no uniform EMS providers on the scene at the time. While assessing the patient in a very loud and chaotic environment, confusion developed with law enforcement on the scene, and Dr. Jackson was briefly detained and was actually prevented from further assisting the patient. He was immediately released as soon as law enforcement realized that he, as a medical professional, was tending to the young girl's medical emergency. The statement noted said Jackson was in the stands during the entire rodeo in full view of the assembled crowd and was not drinking. Sheriff Tam Terry said in the statement, a person was temporarily detained but did not identify Jackson. He said he was reviewing the incident. In a Facebook post in which she referred to Jackson as ER doctor, Linda Diane Schaus gave her summation of the incident. I've never been more disappointed in our rescue team. I got called to render aid to my 15-year-old cousin that was unresponsive at the White Deer Rodeo tonight. She was not from here and was seen at the ER last night as she was told for dehydration and anemia. I assessed her and she was not dehydrated. She was responsive to my voice, but not aware of the surroundings. Respirations in the 40s. As I assessed her, I noticed she looked as though she was hyperglycemic episode. My cousin, who is a BSN in a trauma hospital, myself and the ER doctor were working on her, had her responsive and her whereabouts. ER doctor agreed with me that she was seizing due to possible hypoglycemia. Sheriff's Department, but a blood pressure monitor on her below her waist. I rose it to her to heart level, and she was awake and respirations are slowly down. I placed a small piece of gum on a ball under her tongue to give her some sugar. Deputies screamed at me and not listening to anything U.S. medical professionals had to say. They punched me in my chest and forced me back in my palm and my face, as well causing me to fall backwards. ER doctor was thrown to the ground and arrested. I'm beside myself. Prayers for Bailey. She later posted an update on Facebook. I don't think we really need to actually go through the rest of it. I think we kind of understand that, the guy was just trying to help. He was just trying to help. But when it came down to it, they didn't know that he was trying to help because they had no clue what is actually used to actually help somebody with that type of condition. They had no clue. So instead of actually allowing whatever was happening to happen, they went ahead and attacked him, just disturbed him, and prevented him from from continuing to be able to assist the young lady. Hopefully, she actually is in a better state and in life. Her Majesty Whitmer doesn't address peasants, of course not. Exclusive Andy. Oh, stupid. Every time. Exclusive Andy No faces alleged attackers in Portland court for day one of civil trial. Highly anticipated jury trial of World Post Millennial senior editor and investigative journalist Andy No against Rose City Antifa. This alleged affiliated member began on Tuesday as Multnomah County Courthouse in Portland, Oregon. Opening statements and witness testimony from Andy No were delivered before the jury. In 2020, No filed a lawsuit in Portland, Oregon against alleged members of Rose City Antifa, claiming assault and other injuries from multiple incidents which began in 2019. Before the main trial, 3 alleged Antifa respondents were found in default and will be held liable for damages, which will likely be decided after the main trial by Judge Champon Lapazzi. What the hell kind of name is that? Who has decided the case. Those defaulted respondents are Corbin Catherine Bellier, Madison Allen, and Joseph Evans. In addition, No reached a settlement with respondent Benjamin Patrick Bolin on July 16th, which resulted in Bolin not having to be part of a jury trial, though the details of that settlement are not public. On July 14th, 2023, Rose City Antifa was dismissed from the lawsuit by Portland judge, grounds that Rose City Antifa is not a discrete entity under common law and therefore cannot be sued nor served. Why not? Why not? So you can see there's multiple different videos of the damages that they did to Andy No and himself. He's actually written plenty of books to actually go along with this particular situation. Such as Andy No's Unmasked. Being that he actually gets the chance to actually go to court with such a thing, to actually see what will actually come of this, if Antifa will be held liable for the $1 million in damages, should be fun to actually see. We'll continue to cover this particular case as it moves forward and see what actually comes of it. Guess the city just burst into flames all its own. Yep, sure it did. Sure it did. The 79-year-old farmer tortured and murdered one day after Kill the Boer rally. They're openly pushing for genocide of white people in South Africa. So then there's been a bunch of happenings that have gone on in the last week in and around South Africa. It says farm attacks. Farm workers attacked, and the owner of the farm and his wife are also attacked and kidnapped. 4 suspects took 2 victims by surprise and robbed them on their farm. A farmer's wife was taken surprised by 5 suspects. She was also burnt with boiling water during the attack. 1 suspect has, in the meantime, been caught. That was on the 22nd. On the 25th, 2 incidences. A farmer was taken to surprise, and 5 suspects were assaulted. Firearms were stolen during the attack. A farmer and his son were taken to surprise by an unknown number of suspects. Shots were also fired at a farmer during the attack. An incident on the 26th. Victims did not sustain any serious injuries. Firearms were stolen during the attack. On the 27th, a farmer's wife and house worker were taken by surprise and tied up. On the 28th, a farmer was assaulted and cash and a vehicle were stolen. On the 30th, 4 suspects took a farmer and his wife by surprise, tied them up, and assaulted them. On the 25th, there was an actual killing. It says a farmer was attacked by 7 suspects and murdered. All 7 suspects were arrested. On the 30th, a farmer was assaulted and murdered on his farm. His wife was seriously assaulted during the attack. As opposed to just being assaulted, she was seriously assaulted. So, they're going after and genociding white people in South Africa. I wonder why. I wonder why a country would actually go to the point of actually trying to exterminate any type of race whatsoever. It's really kind of scary and disturbing to actually think that this particular incidences keep on happening over and over again. You can see the article actually goes through each one of those incidences and actually goes and explains what is actually happening in South Africa. And Elon Musk said that they're openly pushing for the genocide. Elon Musk, being South African in himself, I would assume would not actually try going back to South Africa for any reason, and would actually probably stay out. It'd probably just stay away. It might be for the best. Kind of scary and disturbing to actually see what's actually happening in South Africa. The Lancet blames climate change for spread of malaria. So, climate change is actually going to impact malaria cases around the world as global warming is a thing. So this once venerable Lancet medical journal alleges this week the impact of climate change on malaria is becoming increasingly evident. Global warming is responsible for spreading vectors as well as increased transmission after floods. Citing the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, the Lancet proposes that 51 to 62 million people would be at risk for malaria in the eastern and southern Africa by the 2030s because of global warming. So just a little bit of an increase in because when you actually have drought, it dries out the land, it dries out the area that that's there. And then as you get a huge deluge of water, and it's just going to pool. It's not going to sink into the ground, and it's going to actually cause mass flooding. So they're just assuming that within the next 7-ish years that we're going to see millions and millions of people succumb to and be at risk for malaria in itself. Coca-Cola-owned cafe chain faces boycott over trans cartoon with cut-off breasts. Coca-Cola-owned Costa Coffee is facing a boycott in Britain over a promotional cartoon depicting a transgender person with surgically removed breasts drinking its coffee. The top coffee house chain in the UK has sparked outrage over an advert that has been accused of supporting the mutilation of young girls, healthy young girls. After advertisement depicting a blue-haired surfer with what strongly appeared to be a cartoon representation of a double mastectomy drinking coffee appeared in a company van, many are now calling for a boycott of Coca-Cola-owned company akin of the movement of the United States against Bud Light after the beer brand partnered with controversial transgender activist Dylan Mulvaney. Reclaim Party leader Lawrence Fox wrote, "You are promoting the mutilation of healthy young girls. I hope you're boycotted out of existence." Now, you can't actually just go after one small little section of Coca-Cola like Costa Coffee because of it. You need to go after Coca-Cola in its entirety. If you don't know what all is part of Coca-Cola, maybe take a quick glance and actually see that there's actually flowcharts out there of everything that Coca-Cola owns. And when it comes down to it, maybe we should actually just go ahead and actually do um, this movement against all of Coca-Cola, not just one of their little companies, because that's not going to actually hurt them. That's not going to hurt them for one little company to actually be boycotted. The whole thing needs to be boycotted. Boycott Coca-Cola in a whole might actually show them to stop with the bullshit. Orange Fanta is part of Coca-Cola. Oh, okay. Good to know. Thank you, Darth Hideous, for the little known fact. Love it. Love it. You guys are so awesome. I know there's a meme there somewhere. Yeah, right. California school board sued over critical race theory ban. Everybody should actually go ahead and actually ban critical race theory as much as they possibly can. But unless you live in California, be careful because you might actually be sued. The California Teachers Union parents and students sued the school board Wednesday over a decision to ban CRT lessons from the classroom. In December 2022, Jay-Z Koolfrogg just called me awesome. You are awesome. Everybody's awesome. I appreciate every single last one of you. I stopped drinking Coke 6 weeks ago. No other diet change. Just lost 18 pounds since. I'm feeling less white already. Awesome. Awesome, Jerry. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I gotta stop the camera for a second. California School Board banned CRT? No. That's not what it says. They tried to ban CRT and now they're being sued for doing it. December 2022, the same night when members were sworn in to flip the board majority to conservative, Temuka Valley Unified School Board voted 3-2 to ban CRT curriculums and lessons. The California Education Assistants, along with several parents and students, filed a lawsuit against Temuka Valley School Board alleging that the ban is unconstitutional and injures children of color and LGBTQ children, stigmatizing the identities and histories of culture. CRT holds that America is fundamentally racist, yet it teaches people to view every social interaction and person in terms of race. In its adherents pursue anti-racism through the end of the merit, objective truth, and adoption of race-based policies. Under the adoptive CRT resolution, the school board can require educators to teach only a curriculum that has been approved by the board, and neither United States law or California law require the teaching of CRT. The resolution states that the board and school district will not tolerate racism and racist conduct. While adopting CRT ban, the board adopted resolution condemning racism and noting that any racist conduct will be punished. Because of the resolution, teachers have faced a fear of teaching about racial inequities and have avoided using group terms like white in lawsuit alleges. Teachers allegedly believe the resolution required teachers to present only one side of historical events. The lawsuit states, as a teacher, my role is to introduce my students to a broad range of viewpoints so that they can learn and think critically and form their own opinions about the world. This ban has created a climate of fear in our classrooms, and it's preventing my students from learning about the history and diversity of our nation. I'm proud to be a plaintiff in this case, to fight for my students who deserve an education not censored by board members' ideological beliefs. to call it on, if it was the other way around, that it would just so happen to be that somebody actually was trying to, usher this in, and it was just one person against a whole bunch, they'd be, oh, it's okay. Let's go. Let's bring CRT in. They'd have no issue with that. But when you try to ban such a thing, they're going to actually go after them. They're going to go after them as much as they possibly can. Tomoka Unified Valley School Board has recently come under fire after it voted to reject a history curriculum which includes biography of Harvey Milk, the first openly gay man to be elected public office in California. Democratic California Gavin Newsom fined the school $1.5 million for rejecting the curriculum, eventually causing the board to move to adopt it. Parents, lawmakers, and school boards have been battling over how race and equity issues should be addressed. Following the COVID pandemic, a recently flipped conservative school board in Missouri revoked an anti-racism policy in July that had been adopted after the death of George Floyd in 2020. Last month, the Tennessee teacher union filed a lawsuit against the state challengers a law which prohibits the teaching of CRT in the classroom. This is not the first time this has happened. Tomoka Valley Unified School District did not immediately respond to the Daily Caller. Of course, they're not going to respond to the Daily Caller. They don't want to talk to the Daily Caller. They don't want to answer specific questions that have anything to do with this particular situation. They don't want anything to do with that. But when it comes down to it, to actually fine them $1.5 million takes away from the school again, which then what? What's it going to do? What good did that do? To actually get them to actually go ahead and turn around and be like, all right, I guess we'll start teaching CRT again. Though they don't want it. Children don't need to know about CRT. It's not something that is necessary. It's not something that's necessary. So disgusting and gross to actually believe how far we've actually gone with this shit. Bankrupt FTX confirms plan to relaunch crypto exchange after feds drop another charge against Sam Bankman-Fried. Sam Bankman-Fried's going to go ahead and walk free, so that way he can continue to actually launder money out of Ukraine into FTX, right back into the DNC's back pocket, because, why not? Just drop all the charges. It doesn't matter. He can do what he wants. He has the money. He has the money to cover it. So gross. Minnesota will no longer report number of babies who survive abortion or their fate. An abortion party continues their evil. In August 1st, 2023, a new version of Minnesota's abortion reporting law went into effect. The new language will hide the fate of infants who survive abortion by no longer requiring abortionists to report when abortion results in live births. Additionally, they will no longer report that measures are taken to care for such infants. This follows the earlier repeal of Minnesota's requirement that responsible measures be taken to preserve the life and health of born alive infants, replacing it with a requirement for care. Under the new language, an infant can be denied life-saving care and allowed to die. Minnesota lawmakers have revoked basic protections of newborn babies, and now the fate of the newborns who survive abortion will be hidden from the public. Why do lawmakers want to keep us in the dark? This appalling extremism is not what Minnesota's asked for. Our elected officials must restore protection for newborns who are at risk. The weakened version of Minnesota's abortion reporting law, which takes effect on the 1st, repeals the requirement for practitioners, whether the abortion resulted in a born alive infant, any medical actions taken to preserve the life of the born alive infant, whether the born alive infant survived, and the status of the born alive infant should be infant survived if known. In my opinion, would actually open the door to them to actually not take care of the children that are there, even the ones that the parents want, allowing them to die, it would be okay, and they would not be charged with the deaths of these children. Really, Minnesota is super gross and disgusting, and they're going to continue to push for such a thing. They're going to continue to push for such a thing that it doesn't need to be reported. It doesn't need to be reported because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's okay. And if the mother just so happens to die right along with it, nothing wrong there. Nothing wrong. Chicago police finally make large number of arrests during a teen mass rampage. For the last several years, Chicago Police Department is engaged in policy handoffs as huge groups of hundreds of teens and young adults rampage through neighborhoods, looting stores, vandalizing cars, fighting each other, and even shooting people. But on Sunday, police reversed the policy and actually made dozens of arrests during one such mob scene. Last weekend, the CPD made about 40 arrests in a large group of teens again targeted in the area along Roosevelt Road in the city's South Loop Business District. The largest number of arrests since 61 were arrested during the rampage in 2021. Still, a mere 40 arrests made only a small dent in the mob. Some 400 teens carousing through the area and totally trashing 7-Eleven convenience store in the process. Video shows the scene at the store. Hear anything if necessary. It really seriously gross and discriminating. What's up, Bernie Mac? Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. WWE boss Vince McMahon raided by federal agents. WWE boss Vince McMahon is raided by federal agents in response to a grand jury subpoena related to allegations of sexual misconduct. McMahon, 77, announced his retirement from WWE last year amid investigation of the misconduct. WWE Executive Chairman Vince McMahon has been hit with a federal grand jury subpoena. A search warrant is executed on McMahon, 77, on July 17th in response to multiple alleged payments made after being accused by multiple women of this misconduct. In their SEC filing on Wednesday, the WWE stated it has received voluntary and compulsory legal demands for documents, including from federal law enforcement and regulatory agencies concerning the investigation related subject matters. WWE CEO Nick Khan reportedly said during an earnings call on Wednesday that he had no comment on the McMahon situation, adding that they would help with any investigations per House of Glory's Jason Solomon. Well, if you don't say, I grew up watching wrestling. I watched wrestling for a lot of years. I watched it a lot of years, all the way up until just after Koof, when they actually took the audience away and they put up little monitors and stuff and whatever. And I stopped paying attention because I'm like, nah, this is too much. There's no reason for this. It was turning into trash anyway. But if you actually watched wrestling for those years that came up before that, especially those couple of years where women's wrestling was really actually taking leaps and bounds, that's pretty much what it was. It was actually sexualizing them for what they were, So as it goes, for him to come up with allegations of this type of misconduct really isn't something that really surprises me. It doesn't really surprise me in any way, shape, or form that he actually comes up with these kind of charges. It's too bad that they've waited so long, as he is so old as he is. I know, very physically fit, but that doesn't always mean everything, as he has actually taken many bumps and bruises through the years, which could have actually caused some other mental faculties to be dislodged. I really seriously find it kind of disgusting and disturbing to actually see that they've actually gone ahead and gone to the point of actually finally doing something. I wish they would have done it sooner. Some gross, disturbing stuff. Florida woman caught with child pornography faces 149 counts of sexually abusing her dog. A young woman in Brandon, Florida, faces 152 criminal counts after authorities claim she abused her dog and possessed child abuse material. Imori Romero, 18, turned herself in on Thursday after detectives obtained a arrest warrant. On July 3rd, 2023, HCSO's Internet Predator Unit received a tip from National Center of Missing and Exploited Children that someone in the 1900 block of Lido Drive in Brandon, Florida was uploading child pornography. Detectives got in touch with Romero. She allegedly let them search her cell phone inside. Then they discovered multiple files of Romero engaging in acts with her pet dog. Detectives said that they got a search warrant. They claimed to find more images of videos of child pornography and bestiality. These kinds of investigations are not easy for our detectives, who are very subjected to some of the worst things a person can see. I'm beyond proud that our detectives have brought this predator to justice. Our hearts and thoughts go out to the victims of this disturbing crime. Romero faces 100 counts of filming, distributing, and possessing of images and videos of activity with an animal, 49 counts of engaging in contact with an animal, 2 counts of possession of child pornography, and 1 count of unlawful use of 2-day communication device. Records show that she waived her arraignment and pleaded not guilty. Authorities released her on her own recognizance on Saturday. Her attorney and record did not immediately respond to the long crime. What? Released on her own recognizance because she won't do it again because she said she wouldn't? When she has this many counts on front of her of child porn and bestiality. Ew. I'm with you on that one, Jariah. I'm with you on that one. It's really kind of gross and disgusting to actually see how far they've actually gone. It's just like, what the fuck? What did I just see? What did I just hear? Are you kidding me right now? What the? Wow. Give her life. Yes. Or something. Maybe death. Suspected foot finder broke into condos and rubbed women's feet as they slept. What the suspected law enforcement of trespass and stealing women's shoes in California and pleasuring himself while in the act. A 26-year-old man was arrested on Monday for allegedly breaking into 2 separate condos in neighboring Nevada and fondling the feet of women asleep inside. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office in Minden, Nevada, said the suspect, Mark Anthony Gonzalez, was arrested in his residence in Atwater, California, with the help of California authorities. Gonzalez is accused of breaking 2 condominiums in State Line near the California border through screen doors that were left unlocked by residents. On both occasions spanning July 4th through July 1st through July 3rd. Once inside the homes, according to the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Gonzalez crept into the victims' bedrooms and then stood on the edge of the bed. Two women reported that Gonzalez rubbed their feet, waking them abruptly. Once awake, the women confronted the 26-year-old man, but he fled shortly after. Gonzalez is being held on $50,000 bail. Though the arrest took place at the homes in California, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office said he would be extradited back to Nevada for the alleged break-ins there. In a statement to right, because California ain't going to do shit to him, they has to actually go there to do it. In a statement Tuesday, Douglas County Sheriff's Office said Gonzalez was known to local law enforcement in the area and was suspected of numerous crimes, including stealing women's shoes, trespassing, and sexual self-gratification during some of these incidences. It appeared the DCSO's investigators that Gonzalez's crimes were escalating in nature. Sheriff Dan Coverly said he is pleased Nevada's investigators were able to track down Gonzalez, who has been described in local reports to the Lake Tahoe foot fondler. These types of crimes are especially alarming to the community, and being able to make their arrest allows the victims and the community to feel safe. Yes, there won't be somebody trying to break into your house, trying to rub your feet any longer. Don't worry. These types of crimes are especially alarming to the community, and being able to make the arrest allows the victim's community to feel safe. According to security company ADT, roughly a third of the burglars entered through an unlocked front door. As for alleged toe-sucking incidents during break-ins and burglaries, national statistics are unavailable, but there does seem to be a recurring theme. This May, Law and Crime reported that a man sleeping in the Hilton Hotel in Tennessee allegedly woke one morning to find hotel employee suckling on his feet. What the? Gross. The ridiculous part is this guy's being held on a $50,000 bail for rubbing feet, but the young lady in the previous story, for the bestiality stuff in the child porn, released on your own recognizance. Really? And that's something. Florida man driving Google mapping car leads officers on a 100+ mile an hour chase before crashing into a creek. Yeah, good job, Google, for actually knowing who's driving your car in or around the area. Florida man driving a Google vehicle ended up crashing in the creek after allegedly leading police in Indiana a high-speed chase over rural roads. Coleman Ferguson, 37, was allegedly spotted in the Middletown. Police Chief Landon Dean driving a small vehicle passing several other vehicles as it drove west on US 36 in front of the area high school. Chief Dean was able to determine the speed of the small vehicle at over 100 miles per hour. Dean identified the car as a Google mapping car with several 360-degree cameras mounted in a tall antenna on top of the car. Dean caught up with the car and continued to travel at speeds well over 100 miles per hour, passing several vehicles. According to the statement, the Google vehicle refused to stop. After driving for several miles, the Google car allegedly used at least a degree of caution from blowing through a red light. The Google vehicle slowed down at the intersection of State Road of 109 and US 36 due to a red light, and then continued through the red light. After trying to make a left turn due to the bridge being out, the car lost control and drove into a yard and then into a creek where it became stuck. Escorted out of the vehicle and taken into custody, according to the police. He is identified as a Florida driver's license. Mr. Ferguson stated that he worked for Google and was scared to stop Indiana court records show that he has been charged with resisting law enforcement while using a vehicle, a level 6 felony punishable by 6 months or 2.5 years. And guess what? You also get to lose your job, because I doubt Google would actually be mad at you for pulling over for police when you're so scared, but yet you've resisted arrest other times. Just did the Google Florida man on your birthday meme, and apparently in 2018, a brother bit off his brother's penis for sleeping with their cousin on his favorite Dragon Ball Z blanket. What the? This world is just turning to shit. Disgusting, disturbing shit. Before we head on any further, anybody that's here, if you haven't already heard, be sure to actually subscribe, like, do all those things. Also, be sure to purchase a membership, as there's members only streams that are be coming up on Saturdays. I got Shizzy Wiznut with me this weekend, MLS Law with me next weekend, and Divinity in Nova the weekend after. There will be continuous Saturday streams for that particular fun times with different people. You just never know who you're actually going to see next. "87-year-old woman offers alleged intruder snacks after a break-in. Can I get you a sandwich?" After an intruder allegedly broke into a Maine woman's home, assaulted her, and threatened to stab her, the victim, 87-year-old Margie Perkins, offered him a snack. At approximately 2 a.m. in the morning of July 26, Perkins was asleep in her Brunswick home when a teenager reportedly entered her home, waking her, and threatened to cut her. He said, "I'm going to cut you." And I thought to myself, if he's going to cut, I'm going to kick. So I jumped in my shoes, Perkins told the Times Record. Perkins then claimed the teen began striking her in the head, forcing her to use a nearby chair as a makeshift shield, which helped. Perkins said, that helped. Perkins said of the chair, adding that she was hollering for help out the window, but no one apparently heard her cries. After grappling with the teen for a bit longer, Perkins told the outlet that she used the chair to push him away, noting that his pants and shoes, as well as a knife, had been discarded in a pile next to the air conditioning unit that had been moved to enter the home. Well, okay, why did you lose your pants and your knife and your shoes? Trying to climb in? Oh, were you sagging your pants and you couldn't keep them up? Is that what's up? I kept saying you need to get out. You need help. Perkins stated, telling the outlet teen complained that she was awfully hungry and hadn't been anything to eat in quite a while. Apparently not one to hold a grudge, Perkins offered the hungry teen a box of peanut butter and honey crackers, 2 containers of Ensure, and 2 tangerines. While the teen ate his snack, Perkins dialed 911 on the rotary phone, but the teen slipped away before the police arrived. Brunswick police were able to track the intruder with a police dog, catching up with him a few blocks away before taking him into custody. Perkins noted that teen had once mowed her lawn for extra money, telling the outlet, "He did a darn good job. I hope he gets help." Really? You helped her at one point in time? You couldn't have just went and asked her if she could actually feed you if you were that damn hungry? You had to actually go assault her, try stabbing her, try going after her for what? For what? For the snack? The teen, believed by Perkins to be 17 years old, is currently facing charges of burglary, criminal threat, assault, and consuming liquor as a minor, as he was reportedly found with a water bottle full of alcohol, the outlet stated. The neighbor gifted Perkins a baseball bat to help fend off any other intruders, and the handyman reinforced the air conditioning unit to prevent further break-ins. The time required. Here's a baseball bat. Next time, smack him across the head with. The story's kind of messed up when you actually think about it. Young man actually knew who she was. He had helped at one point in time mowing the lawn to make a few dollars, to actually come in and try actually breaking into the house because you were hungry. Why were you wielding a knife? That this gave you another charge for unknown reasons, because now you're armed. You dumbass. You just knock on her door and say, "I'm hungry. Can you help me?" Man found in barrel in Malibu Lagoon was aspiring LA recording artist. He was a good kid. The man whose body was found inside a barrel in the Malibu Lagoon State Beach on Monday is identified as 32-year-old Silmar man who was pursuing a career in music, according to authorities and a family friend. The Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner coroner identified the man as Javonta Murphy, who divulged no details about the cause and manner of death, which is being investigated by Los Angeles County Sheriff's homicide detectives. Murphy grew up in South LA with his 4 brothers, 2 older and 2 younger, said Patrick Nelson, 46, a family friend who dated Murphy's mother and considered himself stepfather of sorts to Murphy. After the death of Murphy's grandmother, who has anchored their family, Murphy moved into the apartment of his own in Silmar. Nelson said he was pursuing a career in rapping and dreamed of becoming a successful artist. Murphy spent free time lifting weights and running, and his father and a father to a young son. He was a good kid, good person. He didn't gangbang. What happened to him, I just don't understand. Lieutenant Hugo Renaga of the Sheriff's Homicide Bureau said the 55-gallon drum was first spotted Sunday by a maintenance worker who paddled out in a kayak and pulled it to the sandy shore in Malibu Lagoon. The maintenance worker didn't open the container, but 10 a.m. Monday, a lifeguard saw the same barrel now back in the lagoon and swam out and brought it into the beach, where he opened it and discovered the body. A source familiar with the investigation, who wasn't authorized to speak publicly, said the barrel was opened because of the suspicious weight. Because the barrel was sealed, the man inside it was naked. The death is likely a case of foul play, the source said. It wasn't clear how long the body had been inside the barrel, but the body did not appear to be decomposed. Detectives were still trying to determine the origin of the barrel, which contained markings and suggested it came from a printing company. The drum may have been carried into the lagoon by a tide, Renaga said, noting at about 8 p.m., there's a high tide there, and there's a possibility that the container could have come in from the ocean and then got stuck in the lagoon. Murphy had a limited criminal history, a pair of arrests in 2017 for battery, domestic violence, and failing to appear for court, all misdemeanors. It was resolved in a plea deal and called for 45 days in jail, 3 years probation, court records. After violating the protection order, he was sentenced to 3 days in jail in 2018. At the time of those arrests, Murphy reported working for a staff agency and living on the second floor of an apartment complex in Silmar. A man who answered the apartment door Wednesday said he did not know Murphy. So apparently Murphy had moved. Nelson, his family friend, said he did not know Murphy to frequent the Malibu area. When Murphy's mother told him her son was a person He had seen the news washed ashore in a barrel. Nelson couldn't believe it. He wondered if Murphy had any enemies, but he couldn't think of anybody who would do this to someone he still considers an ambitious kid with dreams of stardom. It's sad how life goes. Whatever happened to him, whoever did it, I wish they could solve it a different than that way. Very sad, disturbing. I actually believe that this young man was actually aspiring to be something, to actually succumb to some kind of foul play and get stuffed inside some kind of 55-gallon drum, naked as it be, and unalived. So sad and very disturbing. Hopefully whoever did this actually gets brought to justice and maybe treated the same way. Likely foul play. I wonder what tipped them off. Right? Exactly. Kentucky mother arrested after toddler dies of sexual abuse. Authorities arrested Kentucky mother after 17-month-old toddler died in several sexual abuse injuries. Erica Lawson, 21, was arrested and charged with second-degree manslaughter, first-degree criminal abuse of child under 12, first-degree wanton endangerment, and failure to report child neglect. The girl was taken into Middlesboro ARH Hospital and then flown to East Tennessee Child's Hospital on Friday. What is disheartening is the public's response. If a child is abused, report it. Don't withhold it. Don't go on. Call someone. Do something. Because this could be very well a different outcome had that been the case. After being raped and beaten, the child was put on life support and passed away on Sunday. In my time with the Commonwealth, this is one of the most severe cases of abuse. Specifically because the baby was 17 months old at the time. Police are expecting to make another arrest, but at the point of the time, the baby's father is not a suspect. The girl's uncle went to Middlesboro Police Department several weeks ago suspecting that his niece had been burnt. Police couldn't find the kid, and the uncle did not know where the kid was at the time. Lawson was taken to Bell County Detention Center, where she's held at $1 million bond. That somebody could be that sick out there to let this go on. I have seen some kids like that, but not at this age. Horrible, disgusting, disturbing, and hopefully this young lady goes away for the rest of her life. I don't know what kind of sentencing is possible in Kentucky, but if there's a death sentence for doing what you did, maybe you should get the same. Yes, very horrible. I'm with you on that one, Bernie. Australian police charge ex-childcare worker with sex abuse of 91 children. Former Australian childcare workers facing 1,623 child abuse charges after allegedly sexually abusing 91 children, filming it and then sharing the content online. Police allege the man preyed on the young girl over a 15-year period in a dozen centers in Australia, as well as overseas, all while distributing the content on the dark web. He was arrested in August 2022, but it has taken police a year to investigate and identify alleged victims. Exactly. Good Lord, Koolfrogg. These are getting worse. Could you imagine I have to read all this to actually bring you a show? I've read all this once today, and I actually went, all the stuff. I've gone through this and read it, and I'm just like, how can somebody do such a thing to anybody? The accused man, 45, has been charged with 136 counts of rape, 110 counts of intercourse with a child under 10, investigation involving Australian Federal Police as the Queensland and New South Wales State Police led to the arrest of a man with offenses allegedly committed in Brisbane, Sydney, and overseas between 2007 and 2022. Police said the abuse happened in 10 different children's centers between 2007 and 2022, exclusively targeted prepubescent girls, some as young as 1 year old. The accused is alleged of having filmed and taken pictures of all his alleged crimes and eventually cataloged more than 4,000 photos and videos of abuse. The man, who has been named by police, has been in custody in Queensland since August 2022 when the AFP arrested and charged him with 2 counts of making child exploitation material and 1 count of using a carriage service for child abuse material. Queensland Attorney General Yvette Daith, whose department is responsible for approving childcare workers, said the allegations were shocking, horrific, and extremely serious. My thoughts are, of course, for the affected families. The lawmaker was ordered an urgent briefing of the status of the alleged offenders' approval to work with children. The men's case is scheduled for a mention in the Brisbane Magistrates Court in August 21st. Wow, disgusting. Especially children. There's a rehab for SOs. So there is a cure. What's up, Yamaha Biker? Good to see you. Glad you're here. But yes, multiple different instances that we've actually just covered within the last bit here of people doing disgusting things to people, to other people, to kids. And like you can see, it says that they just keep on getting worse and worse. What's up, Captain? Have fun. I'm studying some stuff for my flight classes, but wanted to hit the like. Awesome. Good to see you. Glad you're here. I'm the same mind. A permanent cure is Minecraft, of course. Yes. That's my permanent cure as well. Get up against the wall. So, Colombian stuff is, we're going to kind of move on from the disgustingness. We're going to actually get into a few things that are kind of disturbing, but yet at the same time, there's a couple things that are going to come up that are actually hilarious. We're going to end the night with a laugh. I promise. Stick with me. We'll end the night with a laugh. Minecraft would be an excellent idea. Yes. Colombian star Linda Casito collapses for a second time in 3 days in the Women's World Cup. Colombian professional footballer Linda collapsed at the pitch of the second time in just 3 days during the Women's World Cup match. The Gateway pundit previously reported that she had rushed to a hospital after suffering from medical emergency. Video footage captured the moment when she stopped abruptly clutching her chest. I'm not going to show the video. Because of what it is. Concerned teammates and medical staff rushed to her side, fearing the worst. According to Daily Mail, she was unconscious at her last 90 seconds, regained consciousness while being transported to the hospital on a stretcher. The Colombian FA medical staff assured that the public was in good health and that they was just exhausted and experiencing the physical demands and stress training. The Colombian sensation collapsed again during the match against Germany. And you can see they actually, there's Twitter links. There's Twitter links to actually go ahead and watch particular instance. So the Sun reports the same thing or whatever. So very disturbing to actually wonder what actually happened. Gee, I wonder. When you're done, I'll leave a comment. I hear it gets you ahead in the algorithm. Yes, absolutely. It absolutely does push up the algorithm. Be nice, otherwise it will get actually deleted. Really kind of I'm responsible for anything that happens in chat just as well as what happens on the show. Yeah, yep, that one. Yep, climate change. That's what it was. All right, I'm going to actually stop the screen for a minute because I believe, yeah. So here on this channel, I like to pick on one person in particular because I think it's hilarious to pick on her.
Yeah, he thinks that Trump will go to jail.
Oh,
Just yes or no?
Yeah, no. Sorry, but no. Doesn't mean he won't get convicted. I don't believe he'll go to jail. Certainly not before the election. If you're counting on that.
I'll take that bet, Ellie.
Okay. I know you have one with Alyssa. I'll double on it.
All right. We hope
So
you're
he's
wrong,
gonna-
but you're.
So he's going to slide again. It's going to slide again.
Wait,
It's going to slide again. Guy comes straight out says, no, it's not going to happen. CNN legal analyst Eli Honig crushed the View co-host hopes of former President Donald Trump of going to jail. And he says no. He just simply says no. Sorry, but no. It's not going to happen. He's not going to go to jail. No matter how hard you try, it just won't happen. Now, we're not going to actually speculate here. We're just going to actually go along with whatever it is that they actually just said and be like, oh, oops, not going to happen according to him. So then if that wasn't enough, we get to come back to Whoopi Goldberg, not a real name.
HR. So, because you just ordering a drink.
Sex on the beach is overrated.
The drink or the sex?
Both. Because
Ew, we don't want to hear that come out of that whale.
if you tried to have sex in the pool, that's not easy.
Why? Logistics.
Oh, gee, please tell us exactly how you feel about having sex in a pool. We all want to really seriously know, Whoopi Goldberg.
Because you're trying to go up the hill.
Oh, going up a hill would be a lot of work, wouldn't it?
And you're getting resistance.
You're trying to go
from the water that is within. Oh, my God.
Oh, hey.
Ew. Disgusting. That's just gross. We don't want to hear that kind of talk from Whoopi Goldberg. Her clam is drier than her humor. Yeah, right. And everybody just laughed along like it was also funny. So video footage of a Boston police officer tumbling down a children's slide and landing on his stomach has gone viral online. The video captured of the officer in a full uniform trying a slide at a newly renovated playground in Boston City Hall Plaza. Nice metal slide that they put in. Awesome.
Why was it so
I told you we were going to end with a laugh. What's up, Elizabeth OG? Good to see you. Should we watch it again?
Why was it so
You're right. LOL. Ouch. That looked like it seriously freaking hurt. He did pick up some speed coming down that. Could you imagine seeing the kids coming down it? Some kid getting in the way of the other. There's going to be some people that are going to be hurt on that big, huge metal slide. It does not look like that's going to be safe in any way, shape, or form. All right, one last thing to laugh at. One last thing to laugh at. The Somalian runner sparks outrage after one of the most hilariously embarrassing performances you will ever see. So, you know, as opposed to actually sending somebody that could actually, you know, do the job correctly, they just sent some rando off of the street and say, here, go run with the rest of them.
11秒55，个人最好成绩11秒48。
Now, I get the wardrobe. That makes sense. It makes sense for what it is. You know, they're going to wear something a little slightly different for sure. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Come on. We're going to watch them. We're going to watch them run the race. Just pay attention. Pay attention to that young lady in the blue there. She's going to take off so fast. It's going to give you whiplash. She's just gone. Just gone so fast. It's amazing how little speed she actually picks up. I'm just like, what in the world?
其实莫劳现在的领先还是比较有优势的，石川优在这个阶段逐渐开始掉队了。其实莫劳处在第一位，率先撞线，全力的去冲啊！这一枪11秒58，到最后似乎想收着劲儿跑，但是已经收不住。好成绩11。
What in the world? Are you kidding me right now? That's who you send to run a foot race? Was there anybody else that you could even attempt to send to actually go run these races? She looks pregnant. I mean, she kind of did look a little pregnant. I'm just assuming it was the layer of clothing. But I'd be embarrassed to be the person that was in last to second to the last. Nonetheless, this young lady that takes this long to actually get across the finish line. I'm just like, what did I just watch? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? That's who you send to actually go win a race? What in the world? It's just too much. All right. 15 of you still sitting here. 15 still sitting over on the Rumble side. Don't forget to hit the like button, share, subscribe, do all those fun things. This weekend, I'm going to start a new thing on Saturdays. There's going to be member-only exclusives. This weekend, I'll have Shizzy Wisnut. Next weekend, I have MLS Law. The weekend after, I have Divinity and Nova scheduled for Saturday. Member exclusives. Make sure that you actually go ahead and you join the streams, because you're going to miss those wonderful conversations that come out on Saturdays. Go ahead and be sure that you actually hit that join button down below. There's a couple other things that do come along with joining this. You actually get Discord link as well as those Saturday exclusives. Now, don't just sit there and be like, oh, we're only going to get Saturday exclusives. No, there's going to be more, because there's another person that I'm in talks with that can't work on Saturdays, cannot work on Saturdays. He's actually not gotten back to me yet that I've seen. Let me take a quick glance to be sure that he hasn't actually got back to me. No, he's not picked a day yet. We'll actually wait for him to actually pick a day. Whatever day he decides to do it, we'll actually do a member exclusive with him on another day. Again, make sure that you join the channel, and don't forget to actually become a member of this channel. If you haven't become a member, you're going to actually miss those member exclusives. Again, thank you all so very, very much for being here. Love y'all. Later.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
I suppose I should have actually. Let me send y'all somewhere. I'll reject. I don't know where. Yet. We'll see. Oh, here you go. We'll go Ranty Monkey. We'll do that. Again, thank y'all so very, very much. Love y'all. Later.